open up a store right now, I'm more likely for black people coming to rob the motherfucker than come patronize it. This is what we do in America. No, we don't fuck. We
So
fucked up,
so
man. Like,
so why would you say that American blacks are?
I look at the freaks in Paris that design women's clothes.
No, they wearing it, man.
What you say? Charlemagne. I couldn't put on one of them.
we live in two different parts of the world, so I believe that because black people are so concentrated
Enemy
in certain
is
areas,
doing something to feminize black men.
This is Mr. Terry Riggs, True Talk. Tonight, 10 p.m. EGMT time, 5 p.m. EST time. Tonight, big topic. Have the roles of black men and women changed? Or is it all a mind game to destroy us? What do you think? Do you believe the man has taken the feminine role? Do you believe the woman has taken the masculine role? Come and speak your truths on Black Eyes TV 7.
The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex.
Never ever served you.
Fire when the strobe hits you.
What's it, Brian? Yes.
What's good, people? Black Eyes TV in the house once again. Joining us for another True Talk. Welcome. I hope you can hear me fine. If you can't hear me fine, let me know in the chat. If everything's coming through clearly and you're hearing and receiving us clearly, all good. Welcome back to another True Talk Tuesday, where we chop it up over different subject matters. Today, subject matter: have the roles of black men and women changed, or is it a mind game to destroy us? That's what we're talking about today, people. That is what we're talking about today. Welcome. Wait for people to come in, join us. Hit the like button as you come in the building. Show some love and appreciation. Spread the link. Let me share this link out. Get this out to the people so they know we're live. Let me bring this up as we're going live and you're hearing me, people. If I'm not coming through clearly, please let me know in the chat. Give me the thumbs up if everything is coming through live and lives. The link to come on the panel, as always, is in the chat. It's there posted. The link to come on the panel is there in the chat. So, feel free, jump on. You've seen the subject matter for today. Black men and women's roles, are they changing? Have they changed? Do we need to change them? What are the roles of men and women? These are some of the subject matters we're going to be talking about today. So again, by all means, yeah, sorry about that, bit of feedback. Yeah, so come in, join us, hit the like button as you come in. Yeah, this is what it's all about, sharing, participating, different aspects of opinion on these subjects. So people, as you come in, see the link to come on the panel is right there. Hit it, come on, hit the like button, share the link out. We want people to come on. This is a show for the people, them. It's all about your opinion as well as, mine and anyone else who wants to join in from the chat solely. But this is another True Talk episode, open panel, people then to jump on, conversate with me, conversate with each other about the subject at hand. Today, we are talking about roles of black men and women. Have they changed? Yeah, obviously, all sorts of gender roles now, all sorts of gender classifications going on. It's crazy out here on these streets. What's good, DC?
I'm doing good, man. How are you, bro?
What's good? What's good? What's good, brother?
Black and staying black, man. Living each day, each moment, you know.
No doubt, no
Hey,
doubt.
that Trenchtown video was good, man. I never got into reggae until like I was looking at Trenchtown yesterday, man. That was some
Yeah,
good
man,
vibes, man.
That Trenchtown vibe was good. For the people then that don't know, over to Black Eyes TV X2. That's our secondary channel where we do
Yeah,
an
post that in the
entertainment
link, man. That
thing.
took me forever to find that channel, bro.
Oh, you can find it. All right, make sure I
Yeah,
find that.
yeah. Post. I got it now, but it took me forever to find that thing, man. I
Cool.
was
I'll
like,
post that up for the people. But yeah, we was live streaming the Trenchtown experience. Loads of artists. It started off a bit slow. We was waiting for a hot minute for them to get organized, but once they did, it was good vibes all the way. You get me for a Sunday. So yeah, enough people enjoyed it. We had enough views. Big up to everyone who came and supported that. But again, I'm gonna put the link for the next channel up so people know about Black Eyes TV X2 because over there is where we do all of our entertainment shows, talking to the creators with Mr. Riggs, uh, segments about hip hop, videos, all sorts is over there. So look out for that channel on the rise, definitely. Let me just bring that up. So what's good, DC? Talk
chilling,
to
man.
talk to me. Talk to me. You see the subject matter we're talking about today. You're first in the building.
Oh man,
You're
it's gonna
leading
be
the charge right now. You're leading the
yeah.
charge. Big up to everyone. You see the link in the chat. Jump on at your will, at your leisure. Voice your opinion on the subject. Have the roles of black men and women changed, or is it all a mind game to destroy us as black people? DC, talk
I
to me.
think the question we have to do is we have to break down what are the roles outside of childbearing. You know, the woman producing the child, the man being the provider, and things like that. What else role could we talk about? Because like I love I forget the brother's name who talked about the capability of women on the planet, but he says the blessing the black man has is that we were born with the most capable women ever. I mean, they can go to war with us, they can build a nation with us, maintain that nation, rule that nation. They were talking about how like if you did a history of the greatest kings and queens, black people or African people would be the only ones where you would have to have a list of 10 equally great queens, but a list of 10 of equally great kings, but you can never do a list without having equally great queens. So my question would be, my point would be is that and I think this would be good for the black woman to necessarily put her input in this because it is a mind game. I think because especially us in the diaspora, television, things like that, we've been raised and seen that a functioning household is the way things are done with the white household, where it's like we're not like Lois Lane and Superman. We're like Superman and Wonder Woman, both warriors going into battle.
Right.
I watched growing up watching Justice League. I always saw when Superman and all the men got knocked out, Wonder Woman was the one that usually crushed it in the end. So it's like we have that in our women. I mean, it's almost to the point now. Are we even amazed anymore when we find out black woman gets valedictorian, gets $2 million in scholarship to an Ivy League school? It's almost like the expectation that our women are just going to do good. Our women are going to excel. Our women are going to succeed. Most educated, leading in business and things like that. So it's like, do we need to even have a role where it's like a coexistence, or should we drop? Yeah, should we even drop the idea of roles? Should it just be the capable one leads?
Well, this is I was gonna say, like, is success because again we talk about success, whether it's academically or work wise,
Yeah,
um, secular and all the rest of it. But again, we kind of talk like for a while it's only been a male associated thing to talk. You know what I'm saying? Like the way I hear it being bantered around, and I could be wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. It seems like It's only now that financial success and all the rest of it is being attached to women, even though we know for the longest time throughout history, women have been making money, running empires at certain
Yeah.
times and doing certain things. So, again, is it the society backdrop? Because remember, we've got the cultural backdrop of us as black people, cultural mores, ways of doing things that we've taken on board from going way back when. Then we've got the newer culture of being in the diaspora lands. You understand that we've had to adopt. And then obviously we've got the backdrop of the society that we're in, which is, multicultural at best, if you want to say that, if you want to use that term, but stifling, you know, most of the time. So again, the way you express yourself and the way society is telling you you need to express yourself is also sending messages. So it seems to me there's a whole load of things going on. And that's why I say, part of the question tonight is what part is the mind game? What part is the real parts? Because clearly there's things that men and women do specifically to gender. You know,
Yeah.
they
Well, isn't
do
it
better.
possible that we just look at each other? I'm sorry to cut you, but is it
No, no,
possible we're
go
just
through,
looking
brother.
at each other that we're looking at black women the way white men look at their women, and some black women look at black men the way white women look at their men, rather than looking at how right because we've been divorced and removed culturally, mentally, philosophically, spiritually from the continent in some perspective. Could we honestly say that? Well, let's see. Without European intervention, any kind of European co-option, is it possible that we could look at each other based on how we are? Like, okay, if I have a wife that's good at finance and I'm good at business, it should be no brainer to let her do the finance rather than me trying to tell her like, oh yeah, stay in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like, is it possible that we as men look at our women wrong and women, yeah, we as men look at our women wrong and our women are looking at us from a Western European mindset, and that's what caused the frictions. Like instead of just flatly saying like, "Why aren't you more like white women?" and then having black women say, "Why aren't you more like white men?" Because it's funny how when I look at a black woman who marries a white man, she lists all the positives that are usually portrayed in television about white men as to why she doesn't date black men. And then I see the same thing for black men who date white women. Oh, she's sensitive. She always cooks and cleans. And you know what I mean? Like all the kind of stuff they see in TV about black women, about white women. You know what I mean? I think it is a mind game because I think
The
we view each
switcheroo.
other.
You're
Yeah, I
talking
think
about
it's,
the big switcheroo. So,
yeah,
so well, again, as you're saying, look, European wise, the uneducated female or keeping your female uneducated exists a lot more in other places of the world outside of Africa and
yeah,
black people's cultures. Because as you said, clearly in our history, there's been multiple times, you know, thousands of times, if not more, where women are doing different jobs or skills that they clearly have the aptitude for, and with no discrimination, they've been given those roles with no hesitation as well. You know what I'm saying? To express themselves. But again, the backdrop seems to be that the roles of what a man is and what a woman is and the complementary nature of that seems to be running for you to be able to do that.
yeah. Yes,
In
and
the way in the European society, as we know, that's not them. That's why the feminism thing is a switcheroo. Because again, it's
yeah.
something that isn't for the black female. It wasn't really involving us in the first instance. It's clever how they've used some of our sisters to take up that fight, but it wasn't our original cause. It wasn't something we fought up.
Well, that's because our. But let's be fair to our women. It's because our women have that natural, powerful essence that when I God, I forget the name of this gay guy's name, but this black gay guy was talking about he finds it interesting that white gay men tend to want to be black women rather than black men.
Who you
Like,
talking about? Who you talking about? That Samuels guy.
yeah, yeah, not him, not him. It's he's I don't know what he's on. That's a whole nother character. But yeah, he
Oh,
had.
go. We're gonna talk about here. We're gonna talk about these guys. These somehow these model guys that are, you know, saying and portraying what they think is masculinity and what femininity is and role.
But that's a market for that though. Let's be real. There's a market. Like honestly, me. Let's see. I went to a black college, grew up in an all black neighborhood. If I became a Trump supporter, I could be making mad money. And I mean, like serious cheddar. But because that's what people like. They like the contrary view with a brown face. They like the if everybody's like, let's go back to Africa. I ain't going back to Africa. I make money. I would make money doing that. So it's a market for doing that. The self-hating any race makes money. Even for white people who talk down on who talk down on whiteness, make money. Like it's a thing. People want to see that, you know?
I feel you. I feel you. Listen, people, you know what it is. It's True Talk Tuesday. It's Black Eyes TV7, Mr. Richie in the house, bring you more conversation. Today, we're talking about the roles of black men and women. Have they changed? Do they need to change? Is it all a mind game to destroy us as a people? The link is in the chat. Come on, join me in DC having this conversation. It's there for anyone to jump on. I want to hear your opinion. I definitely want to hear from some sisters today on what they think, because again, I know a lot of these conversations certain times are male driven. I definitely want to hear some sisters come on and voice their opinion about what they think. You know, is there this difference between this modern day woman and a old time woman, I guess, or a modern day man? Like what's the stipulations for these categories? You understand?
Yeah.
Like, this is what we're talking about, and then we've got the effeminate man as well as the masculine female. Is that the norm now? Because we're seeing more of that now. And I'm not even talking about straight bikes or, you know, straight gay men. I'm just talking about this whole what's it called? Metrosexual?
Yeah, but that's
Ain't
been
that
around
the
forever
terms they
though.
use?
That's been around forever though. Prince was metrosexual.
Well,
Prince
yes.
met some of the most beautiful women in the world. Like I mean, like he used to import women from around the planet. He hired a scout just to look for like the most exotic looking women in the world of different skin colors. So metrosexual is just
So
a
so
clothes
so
thing.
if the girl that if the ladies are loving the gay feminine look,
Yeah.
that's cool. Is that what we're saying? Is that how we're
I personally
governing
see it
men?
as a minority though. I personally see that type of man as a minority amongst men. Because most men are flat out gonna be like, you and
What you
me.
reckon? When I see
Yeah.
man walking around in skinny jeans and all this foolishness that they're wearing, yeah, I don't know, because this is what I'm saying. This subtle look, this effeminate look is creeping. It's there, yeah. It's
Yeah.
all over the place. There's various styles of clothing and
Yeah, but
ways of being.
skinny jeans though, I don't believe skinny jeans. I mean, I think it's a generational thing because I see some of these young kids wear skinny jeans. They're not gay. They're not like acting like chicks. They see this. They see it as gangster. They see it as cool.
What, wearing leggings? Yeah, wearing jeans the same tightness as your gal. Yeah, when you're with a girl and she has to take off her jeans and she has to like fold them down because they're tight in it. They're tight jeans, and I'm like, that's crazy when you see it. Like, come on, man. I'm just saying. Some people can say I'm being overs, but again, the fashion defines, and we already know who runs the fashion industry. That's long since
But
been
that's what
right.
I'm trying to say. Like, I feel like in some degree, like when we talk about progression and liberation as our people, we gotta start picking the battles that actually have because I mean, there was a day and time. I mean, Soldier Boy used to wear like there was a time like I guess you could say about between 2006 2010, people were wearing like really thick pants, really, 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 really baggy jeans in the 90s and really, literally like big clothes. You know what I mean? So it's like it shifts. It goes around. I mean, because like if we go in the 70s and the 80s, I mean, there were some crop tops. Black men were wearing all kinds of means of like pause. Like, every time they walk in the house, you just have to say pause. You know what I mean? Like it's just I think fashion, I think fashion doesn't really dictate ideology and mindset. I don't think you can
It's,
look like this clear like a dress. Okay.
so
Yeah.
what fashion isn't another propaganda tool.
Yeah, I think
If,
that this
if,
is I think this is like the
if
idea of
hold on. If the industry is being designed by gay men, yeah, mostly,
yeah.
so they've got a particular way that they want to see other men
Oh shit,
look.
we got a phone call. I'll be right back real quick.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that they want to see other men look a particular way. So they're designing clothes in that stream. So by default, when you're dressed in a certain way, it's giving off signals. That's how I see it. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's another form of defining what a man is in just one aspect. Obviously, there's deeper forms to what a man is and what a woman is than what you're wearing. But again, these are all outward signals, propaganda signals. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's just my opinion, people. The link is in the chat. Jump on, join us. True Talk Tuesday. We do this every Tuesday, talking about different subject matters. Hit the like button, share the link out. Again, we're talking about the roles of black women. How can you join on YouTube? The link is in the chat, brother. Qatar. Link is in the chat. It's right there. Just click on it. It should be a clickable link for you. Just click on it and it'll bring you into the stream yard like last time, brother. It's right there in the chat box. Let me repost it again for you if you want to come on. Yeah. Again, what are the roles of men and women? In the age of transgenderism and all these different classifications, where are we going? Is it necessary? Should we be accepting? Is it something that we need to stop in our communities? I want to hear from the people. Is it something divisive? Should it be allowed? These are the questions I want to hear. And again, I want to hear what are the mind games? What are the parts that are fake? What are the things that we shouldn't be giving any time to or any energy to? Because there's many conversations and labels that are thrown out there by different people, are red herrings or anything to. Because there's many conversations. Hold up, brother. You need to turn down your YouTube by different people. Turn down your YouTube, brother Patar. Because we're hearing the feedback. So turn down your YouTube so you can only hear us on the stream yard, and then there shouldn't be any feedback. Yeah, these are the questions I want to ask. What is the imaginary part? Because as I was saying, certain statements, certain titles, certain little conversations, I believe, again, are psyops put out there to make you spin your wheels, to make you believe in something that's not real, and again, to cause another subset vision within our people. So again, I want to hear about that. If you think feminism is one of them things, if you think all the transgenderism and all of these situations is a divisive thing that we shouldn't be accepting, if you think we should accept it, come on. Yeah. If you think the roles of women are not being respected today, yeah, because we don't know as black men what they are, or you don't think we care as black men. I want to hear from you. Vice versa with the guys. Yeah, if you've got a particular thought pattern on the archetype of a man and what you think it is, should we be more afeminized? Yeah, do you have a problem with that? I want to hear about it. Brother Patar, you sorted out your mic yet?
All right, okay. Hi, greetings, greetings.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good.
What's good? What's good?
I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good.
How's your week been, brother?
I've had a strong, not a weak.
Okay, I feel you. There's more of them to come. I tell you.
How it is already, yes.
You get me?
Yeah.
Uh, but you see the conversation what we're having. You see the subject. You've heard the matters. What's your feelings? What's your thoughts?
I will choose to listen a little bit again, and before I make a comment. But I mean, looking at the subject, um, I think that agenda is has been planned for such a long time because there are agendas upon agendas that the lay people don't know nothing about, and they're giving them it in movies. You see it um, even in the society where men have to speak a certain way. They cannot be aggressive. They cannot be alpha males. They must be what effeminate. They can't be alpha males. And you could see there is a bigger agenda. And I can never forget there was a guy, a Jewish guy named Abraham Finkenstein. He was saying that that is the agenda that is planned. And I think and he said many other things. And I think a couple of weeks later, he was killed by his own. So you could see that there are things going on that um, people think is just so. Then you could see it coming to the schools. You can't be this, you can't be that. So I think for sure there is an agenda. I mean, there is an agenda that is very silent, and only those that have eyes to see and ears to hear will hear. And I think that's what it is.
Mm, mm, mm. No doubt. I don't know whether you guys have heard, you know, probably through most people talking about this Kevin Samuels guy on the internet, giving out advice and talking to females who are calling in. Recently, he was having a conversation about, men and women and whether or not women could survive by themselves and if men could survive by themselves. When you hear kind of arguments like that, what's your thought, Tom?
I think if you look at how man and woman are built, you find that if you look at we was made for we are made for each other. We fit in each other way the way nature is. When you look at what you call a union is two things coming is it's a negative and a positive coming together to create a charge. And when you hear those people that are told to say or promote certain agendas because of they are just like slaves to the bigger picture. They are the pawns that they send forward in order to promote a bigger agenda. You have to look at those things, and you have to stand on your square and know your role as a male principle. For example, if you look at the animal kingdom, you wouldn't see they switching the roles. So for a man that maybe control is a slave, is a drone to go and promote certain agendas to come and tell a man what to do, he don't have the testicular fortitude to talk to stand up on his own. But if he can tell you or I what to do, he don't have that power. So he can return back to sender.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. I know DC must be still on the phone. When he comes off the phone, I want to ask his opinion on that same question as well. People, listen, the link is in the chat. If you are joining us here, please throw up some opinions in the chat. I want to hear from you, even if you don't come on. But if you want to come on the panel, the link is there. Click it, hit it, come in. I want to hear your opinion. We're talking about black men and women. Have their roles changed? Do they need to change? Yeah, gender roles, all of these new gender classifications and all this kind of foolishness. We're talking about all of these subject matters. So again, people, come join me. Yeah, come join us. Brother Petard, DC's here so far. Come join us. I want to hear your opinion. This is something that we need to talk about because again, every other minute I'm hearing these gender war conversations and black men and survive without black women and who would live the longest and all this kind of thing. And I thought it was supposed to be a complementary role thing. Ideally, that's what I thought it was. Again, in order to be complementary, you have to know your roles as men and women. That's how I see it. This is a logical thing. Again, what do I know? Come on, tell me. Yeah, I'm interested to hear your opinion. Do we know the roles of men and women? Because again, I'm gonna have to ask. What do people think a man is? What is a man supposed to consist of? When we talk about the power of a man, what are we talking about? When we're talking about masculinity, what are we talking about? Are we talking about raw emotions? Are we talking about fighting power? Are we talking about protect and serve the family? What are we talking about? Are we talking about all of the above? Yeah. We need to change that paradigm. Is that paradigm outdated? Yeah. Do we need to soften up? Yeah. Is there too much toxic masculinity? That's a good one I've heard. Yeah. If you think that makes sense, please come on. I'm interested to hear. Yeah. If you think there's too much man going on, in some sort of horrible way or caveman type of perception, I want to hear. Should we change? Do we need to change? Is this even a conversation that we need to have? Is it all a mind game? Yeah, that's what I want to hear from the people. That's what we're trying to get to. Yeah, again, if you haven't subscribed to Black Eyes TV X2, the link is in the chat also. Go over to our secondary channel. All the people that came over the other day from Trenchtown experience, big up to you. It started off slow, but it was a good old experience. If you haven't seen the Trenchtown experience show, go over to Black Eyes TV X2, subscribe, and you can see that enough people was tuning in, catching the good vibes on Sunday. So go and check that out. We got plenty more coming with another show with talk with the creators with Mr. Rick. But today it's all about True Talk. Link is there. Come on, join us. I really want to hear from you. Um, let, again, here we always talk about the black family. Yeah, and again, the black family. Wagwan DC, you're back.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Now you're back. Before I say what I was gonna say, I was asking the brother Patar about these conversations about men and women and who would last longest if they were by themselves. And I'm
Mhm.
sure you must have heard some of these viral conversations. And again, I'm saying that men and women should be complementary. But what's your thoughts when you hear conversations like that? Does it sound kind of gay to you? You understand when we're trying to discuss surviving as single sex organisms and all that kind of way? I don't know. Is it
when I
me?
see when I see black men talk about, and
Um,
I always stick to the family. When I see black men talking about like, man, where would this black woman be without us? Man, we could survive as a black race if all black men were to fight as one. I'm like, so what we gonna do when the fighting's done? Like, well, how is the army going to like, alleviate all that stress? Like crazy thing. You're bot to university. Like, get out of here. Like, I ain't got time for this. I
A
just see
lot.
this just black men with low self-esteem that like, they got rejected from a few sisters and they just take it out on that. They let those few sisters dictate how they treat every sister. you know I think it's sad, to be honest. And then, but I've never really seen black women have that kind of conversation. Like I've only seen there's something called men going their own way, and that's a whole group now. It's a movement.
Men go in their own way.
Men going their own way. Matter of fact,
Okay.
you got power. You got power to share a screen. We about to have an educational night. Give me a minute. Let me look this up real quick.
listen, listen. I don't know where they're going with that. That sounds like something from Boondocks. Yeah, homies over hoes and all that talk. Yeah, like nah.
All right, ready?
That's what I'm
I'm
trying
about,
to say.
Wikipedia. Okay. Men going their own way is an anti-feminist, misogynistic, mostly online community advocating for men to separate themselves from women and from a society which they believe has been destroyed by feminism.
Nice. See, now, this goes to the second part of the question on a real one. What's a mind game? What's the psyops? And what are real subject matters? Now, when you hear things like that and you read that, does that not make you feel like that's almost a red herring, something to spin your wheels on? It doesn't really. It sounds as it's another counterbalance created, as they said, for the feminism thing. And again, if we already know that's not real, then why would this be real?
Hello? Yeah.
Well, it's because feminine, like for example, if we
Hello?
as black people,
Can you hear it now?
if we examine feminism and realize it has nothing to do with us, this is a white man versus his woman, and they're just trying to bring us to the table to, the white woman's trying to galvanize support to go against white men. Like I don't see why we're even part of these organizations, or why would we even advocate for any of this? Because it's like I think many black men have accepted that black women are like hurricanes. You're not gonna just you don't put a hurricane in the jar and say, yeah, still be mighty in there. Like it's
Right.
impossible. So I think this is just I think the psyops is just the few little black men that scatter off. They're able to, create a calling that creates this, because it comes from the media. This idea that black men don't like black women. This idea
Right.
that, it's like I've never really where I grew up, walking down the street, I don't see like tons of black men dating white women. I don't see tons of black women dating white men or dating men outside of their race. Like even here in America, it's like 91, like because of Trump, the black on black marriage went up by 6 points. It's at 91% right now. You know what I mean? It was at
Wait,
it was at 85.
wait,
It was
wait.
at
How
85.
the hell? How the hell are we told that to Trump?
Because the more
What's that
this
connection?
how it works. This how it works. This how it works. The more racist the president, the more scared the community, the more the community turns inwards. So that's why people say Obama didn't do nothing for us. That's why.
Man got too relaxed here under the black president. That's a
Mhm.
dope. I like that one. The Tom,
Yes.
brother,
Yes, brother.
what's your thinking when you're hearing them things?
Hold on. Let me just unmute it. Um, hold on. Yeah. So it's
Now you see what the brother's saying here in the chat while Patar's getting himself together. Love, peace, respect, life. Yeah, a whole mile road and around one's world for us to unite. Get to know that the black woman is a celebrity star of the show, and the man is the co-star chosen as her bodyguard. Yeah, so that's what my brother says. Selector, selectionus.info. Pick up yourself every time for your comment. Feel free to jump on. The link is there in the chat, people. Anyone can jump on. Come join us. Voice your opinion. Yeah, like definitely. Don't think this is a fixed panel. This is for anyone to jump on with us and voice your opinion. We're talking about black men and women and our roles. As a brother just put on the screen, let me just put up his comment again. He believes the black woman is the main star, the main event, and we are the co-star as men, as her bodyguard. It's chosen. Yeah. What do you guys think of that statement?
I mean, I don't disagree with it because I mean, it's just the way the wording. Because I'm thinking I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm thinking from the mindset of the coon. Like, oh, so the black. So where's she gonna get that egg from? Where's she gonna get the seed for that egg? Or oh, she gonna go out here and provide for herself? Or this is they hate black men in society. This is, you want them, the black woman is God, or the Farrakhan niggas. Like, I mean, those are the insults. You know what I mean? I don't disagree with the statement at all. I mean,
I, I
because we
think
wouldn't be here.
this is one of them ones where, again, depending on your background, as you said, there's always going to be someone who can make something of that statement. But again, if you know and you have context to what the brother's saying there,
Mhm.
it works. You wouldn't have an argument. But again, I think with this modern day overview of these conversations of, a man just saying something nice about a black woman, it becomes a problem. This is why everybody was talking about the Sienna and the Russell Wilson situation when he's saying, "Oh, I'm scared to lose her," and everyone's saying, "Oh, Sim, how could you say that about her? It's his wife. He loves her." But again, it seems like it's a problem for black men to venerate or put black women on any sort of pedestal. And again, let's be clear, there's certain black women that don't deserve any sort of pedestal because they're not acting accordingly. So, before we get out of our box, like the brother's saying, let's account for the people who are going to immediately jump up and say, "Well, there's black women that aren't doing such and such and rare, rare, rare." And cool. There's always going to be a percentage of black women as well as black men that don't represent, don't do the right thing, and are just doing shit. So
Yeah.
again, you can't account for that. But if you do find somebody that's on point, is it a problem to venerate them? Is it a problem as a man to, as the brother said in his statement, act as the co-star and treat her as the star of the show? Or is that too much? Again, people, the link is in the chat. Come on, it's your opinion. If you think this chat is counterproductive, because I've heard a lot of people say, when they hear people say the black woman's God, oh, don't say that. I don't want to hear that talk. It don't make sense. You're giving titles to people that don't deserve it, and you're not making them work. I've heard these statements.
Oh, my
Say
favorite one is, "Oh, the black woman made the universe. Black woman made the rain." I'm like, "Oh, you know what the hell we mean? Like, God, you know, gracious."
I must say that can you yeah I must say that I think a lot of us men, a lot of people, I mean not men alone, we have kind of forgotten who we are.
Yeah.
It seems that we have lost our way
mm,
because of what is current, what is being shown to us, what we see
Mhm.
on television, what we see on billboards, the hustle. And for us, if you look at the sportsmen and sportswomen and seeing it and things, so is what the managers say looks promising or looking like what will make them popular, give them the contract. I think we need to look at ourselves because again the advent of the feminism movement where women think that they have to be like a man. I think so many contributing factors to how we have become as sentient, as sentient beings. You see, a few years ago, you could see women that look well cladded, looking good, and you would find a lot of men saying, "Oh, I can't find a good black woman because of how she dress, how she carry herself, what she do." And I don't know where we are heading, but all I know that a lot of us men need to stand up and play or become our role. And I think when we start to do what we have to do, I think we'll get what we need to get. That's my opinion.
Is it possible? See, what and I agree with you wholly. And the one thing is because I'm not gonna lie, going into the field I got into distribution. The first successful company I came across was a black woman. She had her and five of her sisters. They had a distribution company. They had 100 some employees. And instead of me like, "Oh, I can't talk to these sisters," they're more. I just sat down and asked them, "How are you good at this? Like, how are you able to make this work?" I think in some degree we have to start asking, like, I think as black as men, right? If we see a sister that's doing good, can we just, is it wrong to say, "Help me"? Like, I feel like that's the thing.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I think a lot of men are afraid of women in authority, women power. And
Hmm.
I think the more we look to encourage the sisters, the more we stand up and be our role and not to see like it's a competition amongst the two sexes. I think that we will not find our way. The sisters will be battling us all the time, battling the sisters. And I think when we know our role, the protector, the provider, in certain cases, once we can do it, and
Yeah.
I think the competition is the biggest problem among the sexes.
So let me say this to the two of you. And big up George Macon in the chat room. Where you there, brother? Jump on, take the link. Come. I want to hear from you. Share the link as well, George, for me. Um, so when you hear people talk about are men and women equal, what do you say to that? What's your opinions on that?
It depends because when I say men, like, okay,
Because remember, the brother just said the key word competition is a
yeah,
problem. So bearing that in mind, one of the major things is this whole you're equal, men and women are equal, they can do the same, men can do everything a woman can do, everything a man can do. This is the kicker. So yeah, go ahead, DC.
if you break it down, everything outside of genetics, I'm sorry, biology. So as long as men, no, excuse me, as long as black men are not trying to compete with, making babies, I don't see where a black woman is incapable of doing something. Like, because we can't make we, I don't see where she can't fight in the army. I don't see where she can't lead an army. I don't see where she can't run the marketplace. You know what I mean? Especially like, I say the greatest treasure in my academic history was studying West African history. I wanted to know who I was, the capabilities of who I was, and me descending from the Yoruba, finding out that the empire used to have their markets ran by women because the women were stronger at haggling and stronger at negotiating deals. You know what I mean? Like outside of making a baby, I don't see, especially in our case, I don't see where a black woman is like excluded from a society. You know what I mean? Like, if a black woman learns, astrophysics or aeronautics, I don't see how she can't help build a plane just as a bunch of black men that can. So I would say that the competition would have to be, and it would go back to the question: are we just stuck mentally in this game of like, uh, a successful black woman means the doom for all black men? Because I saw black men that were intimidated by the Harriet Tubman movie. How come they don't show black men in that light? I'm like, Glory. You know what I mean? Like, there's like a whole rack of movies where black men are venerated. Red Tails, Birth of a Nation. I mean, well, the one with about Nat Turner. Like, there's tons of black movies like that. Well, how come they didn't get the same press as Harriet Tubman? I'm like, that's one movie compared to like seven. And I feel like it's a mental game some black men suffer with. And I feel like, I don't even say some. I think it's because you have to understand. One thing I realize is that like within our community, there's three teams. There's the left and the right, and then there's the in between. The in between is usually the largest group, the one that really they never thought about it this way. And I realize both the left and the right are the smallest, but the largest is the middle. And it's almost like, how do we convince the largest group to come to our side on this issue? That it's like, if a black woman knows more than you, there is no shame in asking her for help. There is no shame in asking her to, help you propel your career. Because then you take that knowledge and go to your brothers, and then it's like, oh, how'd you learn this? I learned it from a black woman. Wow, bro, but look what you added to it. You know what I mean? Because all knowledge is meant to be built on. So just in case I can teach you 1 + 1 = 2, what you do with addition could lead to multiplication, subtraction, and everything. So I feel like it is a mind game at this point. I don't even think any of this is real. I don't think black women are being propped up by white men to make black men look bad, especially when they hire us to do the job. A lot of black-owned female companies have a crap ton of black men in them, a lot. Okay, and they don't exclude us. So well, a lot I've seen don't exclude. I think it is a mind game now. Yeah.
Mm,
I think
okay.
that men and women are not equal. I think they are more compatible. I think I think two men are equal, two women are equal. I think man and woman are compatible. They are made to work together as a union. I think the problem starts is when they think they are equal. But if women and men look at the compatibility, everybody should stand up and know what they have to do what they want to do. I think this is the problem. But when society say you can do, yes, you can do, but still it doesn't take away you knowing your role as a female, not knowing your place to sit down in a corner, but knowing your role, your compatibility. Because I think a lot, if you look at well, a lot of relationships are, I mean, are not working well again because of the equality and not the compatibility. I mean, not to say a man cannot do something like cook or wash a thing. So, but I still think there is, we have to look at the compatibility of the pair in order for us to be able to vibrate the frequency that will elevate us as a people.
But what do you say that the masculine? Because even like, let's be real. If we looked at what makes the sun shine at night, it's still what makes the moon shine at night is still the sun. So it's
That's because
like,
of compatibility.
yeah, but wouldn't that? What I'm saying is in the equality, like in what the reason why I would say outside of genetics, I'm sorry, outside of biology of the function of our bodies, women would, I mean, like the essential need, right? And I'm not trying to elevate black men beneath. I'm not trying to put black women, or black men. I'm not trying to do any of that. But it's outside of just making babies. What is the one thing a black woman can't do? The history has proven that she can.
But of course, she can. I mean, our sisters throughout history in ancient Kemet, it took a black woman to make a king on the throne. I mean, you have seen black women ancient has been the oracles, has been the seer.
Yeah.
In ancient time the women would go out and and do certain works. So what I'm saying is that is and the men are the protector. So I'm not knocking down our sisters, it's just
Yeah.
because.
Yeah.
And if you look at nature you would see how nature functions also. um the animals know their roles, and we are and you see, and nature is designed in that way. But the
Hmm.
only the animal hasn't gone away from its nature, but somebody is propelling man and woman to go away from the nature. Not that I ever believe a woman should be suppressed or treated like a child by a man. I think a lot of men have lost their minds. At the
Yeah.
same time, I think once we can can find our role as in our where we are compatible, I think we will work very well because our grandmothers did it. Our grandmothers, I think we can do it once we pay attention to somebody trying to control and bring confusion in our house.
Yeah.
Listen,
See,
listen,
I agree with
listen.
that.
1 second, 1 second, people. All the people then that's joining us, the sisters I see joining us, please come. The link is in the chat. Join us. We need some sisters. We need some feminine energy to help us with this conversation. I don't want too many swinging. You get me? Like we need feminine energy to balance this off, and I want to hear some females' opinion about the roles of a female because I'm gonna ask the brothers what they think a woman's role is, or you know, in their opinion. But it would be nice to have a sister come on and voice their opinion. So, sisters, if you're watching, hit the link in the chat. Come join us. Voice your opinion, or right from the chat, I'll highlight your chat. I'll highlight your comments so we can read them out, and so the people them can see them too. Mr. Macon, are you there, brother?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's good? What's good, family?
Hey, hey, listen, man. I mean, when you deal with having a baby, we have equality there because we need each other in order to keep life going. But nature has a way of showing us what our roles are to each other. I mean, for the most part, in nature, a man is stronger, physically stronger than a woman. She's not going to outrun him. I mean, you have certain African tribes like the Delhome and different stuff like that, but for the most part, men build societies. Men have the strength and the ingenuity to build societies. It's been that way. If you go back to ancient times when man and women was figuring themselves out, when man went into a woman and she got pregnant, he had to go out and figure out things in order to take care of her when she couldn't. So it's just like, in nature, we build societies and women, they actually facilitate and keep the societies going. We have a natural order to things within the society. The average woman can't beat no man. The average woman is not working in a lumber yard or a refinery or a steel mill or doing those type of hard, heavy sewage drainages, septic tanks. They're not doing that kind of stuff, and it's just not. That's just not something that women did. Now you may have isolated stories where women came in and did stuff. I'll give you that, but for the most part, nature is designed perfectly, and we have our roles within nature. A woman is a helpmate to a man, and she also is responsible for bringing through the line foreverness. Like we put forever inside of a woman, and she gives birth to forever. So we have our equality in those aspects. But once we get in our jobs, we have different job descriptions for the most part. Now, if it was no men here on the planet, I get that, but no. Men do the heavy lifting and those things, and he was built to do those things physically. The
Mm.
creator don't make no mistakes, man. So that's just the way I see it.
All right. And I gotta ask you, brother, when you hear someone say, masculinity, use the word masculinity, or yeah, that's a real man. What's a man to you? When you hear that definition, what
A
comes
real,
to your head when
a,
you hear someone say,
a
"What's a
real
man?"
A real masculine man is his ability to use his intellect and observe his surroundings to maximize himself based off of his surroundings and make sure and where he can take care of those that's dependent upon him. That's the masculine man, not the loudest dude in the room or the strongest dude. It's the producer. It's the man that can actually, like I said, use his intellect. You know what I mean? He's a thinker. He's an observer, and he's a producer based off of his observation where others can benefit from. He creates legacies based off of that. That's a masculine man. A masculine man produces things, not run his mouth. I mean, or think he got the biggest Johnson swinging, because all is a lot of us like that. But a lot of men aren't producers. So the masculine or the alpha amongst the crew is the producer. I mean, and the woman is a receiver of what he produces, and she makes it better. She adds on to it.
And let me ask the two next brothers, because we've been talking about men, but George just kind of touched on what a woman is to him. But to you guys, what is a woman? When we talk about a good woman, what's a good black woman look like to you guys?
Oh man, six? No, let me stop. Like six in a row. Like good gracious, I don't even know. Because I feel like one black woman. Oh my god, I don't even know where to begin. Because I'm about to start simping. That's why I hate talking about black women. I'm gonna start simping, bro.
It's all good. They
God, man,
need it.
4C darker than me to start off with. That's how I start out with.
Nothing wrong with simping, man, for the black woman. I simp for the black woman all day. The
God,
hell with
man,
these dudes.
like, bro, it's it's like when they get mad and then their nostrils flare up, and then you just look at them, you like, yo, you ain't gonna do shit. You know you not gonna do anything. Gracious, get your cute ass over here and sit out. Like, oh, gracious, what do we do with the sit
No
out
cap.
system, bro? I guarantee you. Man, I be feeling sorry for my bros, man. That boy got a white girl, and he be like, "Yo, when we argue, she apologizes." Like, that's boring, bro. That's boring. Throw a knife at me, bro. That's how you know how you love me, bro. If you throw a knife at me, you'll throw a knife for me, bro. Oh man.
Joker.
Um, I would say like what Pata said, compatible, like her advice, like though she may not know the structure, or maybe she may not have any back history on anything you're talking about, her advice is still so valuable because you know that her love goes before her words. So it's like as long as in the end you're the hero. Because like I've dated black women. I tell them like when I was like I was a paralegal at a time and I was working and I had a horrible job. And she was just one black woman just telling me like, "Oh, keep getting this, just keep getting your money, keep getting your money. That's all it is." It's like I'm really unhappy. But then like I started dating this other girl. She was like, "Well, start your own business. So you never have to be your own. You can be your own boss. It'll be tough at first, but you will work up into it." You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff is in my eyes. But then like also like I would say like a Supergirl or Wonder Woman type that like if I get knocked out for a bit, she crushes the enemy till I get back out there. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean, holds you down. You know what I mean? Just honestly loyal love and respect, to be honest. Because I don't need to like You know, or you stay in the kitchen, that makes me feel like a man. I'm not one of those types, you know. But yeah, that's oh my god. I love it in the wintertime though, when they have their hair out and the snow gets on top and they don't feel it till they get home. Oh my
You're
god,
stupid
black
for that, DC. You're
women,
stupid.
they are gorgeous, bro. I don't care, bro.
You are stupid, DC.
We
Yeah.
all thinking it, bro. Oh
But
man.
Well, well, yeah,
listen, was there
well,
anything else you needed to cover in the archetype of a woman? And just so people know, while you're answering on the screen, our brother Victor's in the chat. Vic, pick up yourself every time. Ma, pick up yourself. Yeah, Sarah, pick up yourself. The link is there for anyone to jump in and voice their opinion. You know what it is. It's an open panel show every Tuesday. True Talk, where you come on, voice your opinion with me, hold a conversation, and speak your speak. Big saying that it's all a psychological game that the European man is playing with us in his society, and there is a definitely certain subsets of these conversations that are designed to create mind games and, as I said, subset divisions and create smaller groups to just run amok with all sorts of behaviors. So I kind of agree with some of that, Vic, definitely. Again, you're regular. Come on, I expect to see your face, yeah. And anyone else, please, I want to hear from this evening. I don't want to just hear we talk all night, definitely. I do want to hear from some sisters what ping us. And if you're not, at least hit the like button when you come in and stick your head in to see what's good back and watch the other True Talk and Avatar to cut you. Was there anything else to add to? And I wanted George to talk about what he believes is a mind trick. So parts of these conversations, these gender conversations, are not real. That's why I want to go to after you, after Brother Petard, George. I'm gonna bring you in 1 second. Go to Brother
okay.
Petard.
I think
Okay.
for me, a good woman is, for me, is somebody that's supportive of you, that would comfort you. A good woman is loyal, will defend you when need be defending. One that would care for you. And to me, you can't even finish describe what a good or God woman is to like for me, because when you see those people and you see how and you would see how they look, the shape and everything that's in the black woman, you cannot dare but to wonder, my goodness, how? And you look behind. When they pass and you look behind them, and you said, "My, that is that for me." I do not anything. I don't think words can describe not just her personality, the Karen and things so, but how she look and a little rudeness with the whole thing and the chup. I like a little bit of that. I think it's kind of sexy for me, not extreme, but I think um I like that kind of thing a little bit for me. That's my nature. I like a little bit. Not too much of it, but I can take a little bit every now and then. And and that's how I think a good woman is. And when I remember my mom again, I know my mom was a very good woman. So that's what I think is a good woman.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Pick up and
Well,
did
I want
research.
to say hello to George Baker.
Macon, were you there?
I want to say hello to George Bacon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I
Yeah,
wanted to
see, he's there. Petard wanted to say something to you, I think.
okay.
No, I want to say greetings to George Macon. How you doing, brother?
Oh, thank you. How you doing, brother? I'm
I,
doing
I
good.
I hardly see you these days on Senator TV.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I come up out of there. Hey,
Okay.
hey, what I wanted to say, see, I understand certain things, right? When my wife got pregnant with my child, nobody had to tell me. Nobody had to tell me that I had to spring into action to provide sunlight and water for the seed that I planted. Like when my wife couldn't go out and do certain things, when she couldn't get up and move, I had to move. I had to do those things. And when that baby was born, I was standing there at the foot watching that child come out. Then that child was passed to me. So basically, what I put in her, what I deposited into her, was given back to me. And it let me know that a woman is man's purpose because I put my purpose in her. She gives birth to my purpose, and we walk in this thing together. So we have roles within nature that dictates how we treat each other. When she was going through her pregnancy, I had to take care of her. When that child was born, I still have to take care of her and that child. And what she does is she helps. She's the helpmate in helping me take care of the whole situation. She adds on to that. Like I don't think as men we get away from that. Like we're not equals and no and in a sense. No, it's like 80-20. Like it's on you because you're the seed planter. You put life in the woman that she gives birth to that you actually have to prepare and take care of and prepare a home and all of those things. Her job is to assist you be the greatest version of yourself so that y'all be the greatest versions of each other. Nature shows it to you. We don't have the babies. We put the babies in them. So, and when that baby comes, that baby's given my name or my last name. It's she gives birth to my purpose. That's what makes her my helpmate. I go out and I do the majority of the heavy lifting. Now, there's times where I may not be able to do certain things, and she might have to step in, but that's still not her. That's still not her natural role. That's still not her natural role. If that was the case, we all would be able to have babies and do. No, we have different job descriptions. And I think that we've allowed this dominant society to get us away from that to the point where our women think that they can do everything that men can do. No, because we can't do everything that she can do. And I think that and I understand me being married 16 years and watching my wife give birth to my children. I understand that. I see it. I know what my role is. When my wife was carrying them babies and she was emotional and going through things, my job was to solve her problems and make her feel better. My job was to use my intellect and my observation to solve the problems when she was emotional. So no, we got different roles, man. And her job is to make me feel like Superman. Her job is to feel the lower stuff of my ego to make me feel like I can do anything. Make me feel like I can accomplish anything because my accomplishments is a benefit to her and the family.
Right.
So no, we got to get back to understanding what those roles are as men.
Well, listen. I gotta say this. Yeah, Vic is in the chat. Big up, Vic, to you. Regular, come on, jump on the chat because I see you in the. You had a problem where George is saying a woman, making a woman. Oh, sorry, what was it? He said a woman is a man's purpose. He's got a problem with that statement. Again, people, if you think there's a problem with anything you're hearing, I
Hey,
invite
Rich.
you jump on, say something. Go
Hey,
to
hey, Rich. Hey, let me say this before I mute up. I'm gonna say to these guys, listen. If they ain't married, holding families down, I'm not even having a discussion with them as far as debating that. If you ain't married, where you watching children and you're raising children in the home, living that life, that natural aspect of way of life, I'm not even having to going back and forth with you because I'm living this shit for real. If you ain't living that and you just getting to get up and go as you please and do what you want, then you ain't qualified to have that conversation with me. Because when I put the babies in the woman, I stay there and I speak what I live. If you a single dad, you can't talk to me about that. I'm muting up.
Well, listen, to be, to be fair, yeah, to Vic, and I don't want to put Vic's business out there, but Vic does have a family. So I would like to hear Vic's opinion, yeah, me on this subject.
Yeah,
And
he's
anyone,
qualified.
and anyone in general that comes on, yeah. But again, this is what I'm saying. Like when we talk about roles, as George was kind of alluding to, then you have to kind of understand that you're talking about a complementary thing. If we're not talking about a competition or or a headbutting thing. If we're talking about something that works in multiple ways on multiple levels, then there has to be a coming together on certain points, and there has a natural urge, feeling, want to help and fulfill one another as males and females. So, it's just how you view that. So now I want you to come on, voice your opinion. I want to hear it. In essence, the woman knows more than you. So what are you saying? I don't understand, Vic, when you're writing in that those bits. So please jump on the panel and voice your opinion and hear what you're saying. Because
Hey, Richie. Well, hey, Rich. If Victor's married, then he's qualified. But I'm just saying, like this YouTube stuff. If you ain't married and you talking family stuff and what a woman's role and all that, I'm not. I don't want to have a conversation with brothers that ain't in the mix doing that type shit. But if he is, yeah, we can have a conversation. But it's too many people faking jacks that come up here talking that family shit. And they ain't
no,
living that type of life.
Vic's got family. Vic's got. I'm gonna
Yeah,
speak for
no,
Vic.
respect, no, respect.
That's what
Then
I'm
that's
saying.
respect,
Like
respect.
that's why I would like to hear his opinion. You understand? Same way I want to hear from sisters, but don't get it twisted. Whether or not you have a family or not, I still want to hear from your opinion because remember we're talking about
And
males and females.
yeah, no,
So
I only said that because he said me. I only said that because he said me. But because he said me, because I'm not going back and forth with dudes where I'm living this life every day where everything is anti-family, especially black family. I'm fighting every day to keep a family together. I wish I would argue with a dude that's just able to get up and go as he please and make babies. I ain't talking to them dudes. Like you know how this shit is, Richie. You taking care of them boys. This shit is hard.
well, definitely, bro. I think there's always got to be a level of accountability when you're having these conversations. But again,
Yeah,
you see, problem is, yeah, as we always talk about, the black family is the foundation. But before you get to that black family, you have to meet someone and you have to kind of court or date or whatever you want to call it these days, whatever the kids. And again, if you don't have no clear mind state to what you're supposed to be as a man, a young man, or as a young woman, that's already gonna start off the equation in a mad crazy way. You understand? So
yeah. I like what you
again,
said
that's
too, though.
why the conversation, just as on essence on multiple levels is open to multiple people. But
But
definitely,
I
if
like
we're
what you
talking
said too,
about
Rich.
families, relationships, we want the birds of a feather to flock together, innit? So I understand
Yeah.
where you're coming from with that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and I like what you said too, though, Richie. Well, I'm sorry, my service. I probably keep jumping in because I'm inside the store and I'm going in and out. So it sounds like you stopping, and I'm just, yeah.
No, go to
But
brother.
yeah, I like what you said because when I say the woman is my purpose, it's not about competition. It's about my purpose. First is understanding who I am within the laws of nature and the Creator. Second, the my second is my family. So when I put life into a woman and I create a family, that becomes my purpose. She's the aid and the better of she helps me walk in that purpose because she gives birth to the life I put in her. I don't walk away from her after I create that life. We walk together. So she gave birth to my purpose. So now we're living this purpose driven life together within our roles, not a competition. So that's
Right.
how I view the woman. I view the one. I'm a seed planter. She's the garden. When I plant that seed, I provide
Ah,
sunlight and water, protection, direction, and correction. That's what I
ah,
provide there. So that's what
right.
that's about.
Well,
George,
go to
I am thinking that you see what you're saying there, George. I understand what you're saying there. At the
George. You might
same
have to
time,
mute up 1 second. Yeah, yeah, mute up. Go on, brother. Patel.
yes, one. I mean, I understand what George Macon is saying, and then his experience. Somebody might oppose George's opinion because they may misunderstand what he's saying, but somebody will take something from it. So despite you may say you don't want to talk or debate with anybody that not within, that don't have a family, circumstances sometimes put us in situations where we do not or we do not have the know-how, we don't have the expertise like you, but maybe something you will say may sow a seed. And not that you're debating, I mean you're having manly discussions and it sounds like a debate, but I still think that what you're saying is quite valid, and a lot of men need to hear or listen or ask questions, or they would defend based upon where they are. But when you can explain to them and tell them what you think, what it is, then who knows, you might sow a seed and your experience might help somebody for, I mean, become the greater self by just listening to you. So I think sometimes, debating or asking a question is not always wrong. It depends on the perspective or how the person come across based upon what you were saying, and that person willing to learn. That's why the person may be opposing because of they do not know how, what, and where. But when you explain to them, like I explained a while ago, now I understand what you meant. I did not know what you meant, but now you explain, I understand what you meant. So when anybody said that, I did not think it mean any bad because it not explain what you said.
I feel you. I feel you. Brother E, see you on the
Yo,
panel. What's good,
thank
brother?
you.
What's good? What's good? Yeah, joining us
Yeah,
again
what's good? What's good?
on the panel. See the conversation. I know you've been listening. You jumped on. So, what's your thoughts? What you got to say? What you got to add to the conversation? Because I know he's
Like,
on as well.
like for me, yeah, it's a lot more about energy, right? Because, like you were saying earlier, like certain men are like moving quite feminine, right? And some men are women, or should I say, are moving quote unquote masculine or whatever. So really and truly, it's mainly for me, it's about finding the balance that works for you in your relationship. Like I see the masculine like side being the one that is more direct, more driven, more purposeful. You see what I'm saying? And the woman one is more. What, there was a quote to describe it. Um, like it's more free and less to one course, if you get what I'm saying. And like I
Mm,
think really and truly, like people are confused now because like say for example the examples that the brother was giving like Jamaican or whatever in terms of like jobs, like before women was like kind of kept out of money, right? So it was easy to put certain roles on them, and like for us to just take, okay, we'll just go work, you lot do this and da 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 da. But I feel like now there's a lot more confusion because like even in certain households like the women are making more money than the men, and before men like the money was linked to decisions and direction, which is more linked to like masculinity.
okay. All right. Cool.
Hey,
Cool.
can I say something? Am I able to say something about that,
Oh,
Rich?
hold on. Yeah, yeah. Go on, George, and then we'll come to
Yeah,
Vic.
yeah. Just I'm gonna be 10 seconds because I agree with what the brother said. But the problem with that is the women still are not doing the heavy lifting jobs. The women with all the so-called equality roles, they're still not working in the lumber yards. They're not in the heavy highway unions. We're still doing the work controlling the grids. We're still doing the work that's building uh, uh, the countries, the nations that we live in. Women, even with the opportunities to do it, they're not choosing to do those jobs because it's just not. I mean, some women will, but not enough where you can see it. It's not their nature. They're not. Listen, I work in the oil refinery. Women are not going to work in the oil refinery. That's going to be
But
predominantly
still,
men.
a lot of that's not. It's not gonna be necessary, right? Like automation is just gonna make like a lot of these jobs obsolete for humans.
What?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that going into the future.
So let me ask you this then, E. When you say that, sounds like you maybe think that there's an old-fashioned way of looking at the male role and the woman role.
No, not necessarily. Like, well, there is a kind of old-fashioned way, like in terms of like, okay, woman, this is your place, and da, 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 da. Like my situation is much more like George is saying, it's a cooperative situation, isn't it? Like I'm like the captain of the ship, but I've been elected by us. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Okay.
it's not like okay, like yeah, I run this and boom, boom, boom. Now you ain't got no say. Like all the time, in it, like the person is got to give their vote of confidence, or the relationship is in jeopardy.
All right. Vic,
But yeah,
you
no, not old
laughing
fashioned.
in the background. I can hear you laughing in the background, Vic. So let's hear what you guys say. Come in. European
Yeah,
boring.
rising, everyone on the panel. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, Rich. Yeah, I want to
Big
know
up.
what's all
Yeah.
the ladies at, man. Yeah,
But I desperately would love some ladies, some sisters, and join us for this conversation.
yeah.
So if you're out there listening,
Where the ladies
come
at,
and
man?
join. Yeah, man, definitely. But yeah, what are you saying, Vic?
Yeah, no, you know what? It's a bit funny that it's all just a panel of men trying to explain what a woman is or what we are should do to women. I find it a bit strange. In the sense that Judge Making, I wasn't disagreeing with you. It's just what you said. Yeah, I've never heard it said before. So I was just wanted to know what you meant by that when you said a woman is a man's purpose. What did you mean by that?
I mean, I think I thoroughly explained it, brother.
He explained it twice, brother.
I
What, you
explained
weren't
it
listening?
thoroughly, brother. Because he know
Right.
what he heard me loud and clear, man.
No. I didn't hear you. I didn't, because all I heard was you saying if somebody that is not married can have a conversation with you. So that's the bit I was hearing, but I didn't hear
But I
your
said way more than
explanation
that. I
for.
said way more than that. No, well,
Yeah, I
let
know.
other
So,
people
so
explain
could
it
you
because
repeat it
I
for
didn't
me
hear
True,
you.
again?
George.
What,
No. Listen,
what do
True.
you
Let
mean by
George
that?
explain again. All right, let George
No, I'm in
explain it
a,
again.
yeah. I'm in the store, bro. Like I don't even want to explain it. I'm in the store, like buying stuff, and it's kind of loud. Like Richie, you break it down for me, Richie, because I'm in the store, bro.
He was just okay. So what he was
Okay.
talking about was talking about the complementary roles of men and women and why
Yeah.
we work together.
Mhm.
So he was explaining that
Okay.
him putting a seat in a woman creates a purpose for him now to go out
Mhm.
and continue to nurture and bring and produce for that seed and for her. So their purpose now is aligned even more so. Do you understand where he was coming from? Did you get that? Because I see you
Richie,
zone in on the scene as a purpose.
Mm,
Sorry,
mm,
who's that talking?
Yeah.
yeah, it's me. So when you're done, yeah, can I read something quickly?
Yeah, yeah, Vic, did you have something what I was saying?
Yeah. No. Like, I just wanted to like whatever he said, explaining what about the a woman is a man's purpose. Yeah, I'm thinking, is he telling us or that the woman doesn't know about it, or we just have to know that's what it is? I don't get it because it's like we're speaking on behalf
Bro,
of women. I don't know, but do the
he
women know
was
what
talking
he's
about
saying?
men. Hold up, bro. He
No, but
was,
we're doing
he
it for
gave
the women, right?
you
Are we doing it for ourselves or are we doing it for the
he
women?
elevated.
What is it? Uh,
He told remember the show is about
yeah,
yeah
yeah.
the roles are changed. Yeah, I working. This is what he's talking about. And he's explaining about purpose. He's talking about a complex man and a woman and how you have a woman, you creating a purpose to live through what you need to do as a man for. You
Mm-hmm,
understand? How,
mm-hmm,
yeah, so it's giving you a purpose. Now you're married, Vic. You've got your kids.
mm-hmm.
Doesn't that give you a purpose to rise every day and earn 2p and provide for them and create a surroundings for them and your wifey? No?
So if I didn't have a
Is that
purpose,
yes?
would I still be doing the same thing?
I don't think that should be a man's purpose, to be honest. But I understand what's meant by that.
So what a man purpose should be then?
Yeah, I was saying, if I didn't have any
Thank you,
purpose,
brother.
would I still be doing the same things?
Well,
To
listen,
me,
this is what I'll say, yeah.
that's like something on the side. Like
Wait, hold up, E. This is what I'll say, and then you lot can come in. Yeah. I know multiple men who earn money, who achieve different feats and have different, but at the end of it all, most of them, if not at the end, at the beginning or in the middle at some point. They, some usually, if we're talking again, if we're just dealing with heterosexual black males, they're going to look for a woman at some point because all of your achievements
Yeah,
won't mean anything unless you have a woman to share it with some point and then have kids to pass on.
Facts.
Tell
but
Facts.
me if
Richie
I'm
though, yeah.
wrong.
Which Richie, which great black man would point to their purpose being their family, like their missus and their kids?
Me.
Because like if you look at like say for example, if you look at someone like Malcolm X, right? Would you think that that's his purpose over the liberation of black people?
That's
Yeah,
tough. No,
yes,
he's
because
a dickhead for that.
yes,
You're a
you can't.
dickhead for that. That's tough.
Listen,
Hey, let
listen,
me jump
listen,
back
listen.
in real
Everyone,
quick.
calm
I've
down.
never been a
Everyone, calm
dickhead,
down.
but still.
I
That's
need
tough.
everyone to listen. I need everybody to talk one at a time so we don't get
I'm
all
here, Richie.
higgledy piggledy.
I'm here, Richie. I'm here, Richie. The
Right,
first thing,
right.
the first,
You go first, then DC after. Yeah, go to. Big
yeah.
will
I just
jump
make it.
back on.
Yeah, I just make
Go.
it simple. The first thing was what the nation was cleaning up, was cleaning the brothers up. The second thing was getting a wife and a family, because you can't do anything. You can't have a nation or clean up a nation without families. So the first thing is family. The first aspect of liberating a man is his purpose, which was the black woman and his family. And you walk in that purpose together and be an example and light in the dark room to raise a nation. So this is what I'm trying to say to you. We moving as individuals, that's one thing. But once a man connects with a woman and they bring forth life and create a family, then that's his purpose. That's a purpose driven life. That's what it is. So now if you start talking about when you bring in Malcolm X, no, we know what the teachings tells us. So no, like
Right.
no,
Like
it's
I was just
family
giving
first.
an example, right? Because I'm thinking of like the other like black people that would be considered as leaders as well, right? Like
Yes,
a lot of the sacrifices actually came in the household for them to work on what would be
but
seen
they
to be their
but
purpose.
but but they never became leaders without having families first. See, in order to lead, you have to be able to lead your house first. You have to be the example. You cannot be a leader of a community if you're not a leader of a family first. Everything starts with the family.
Yeah,
Everything.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
That's all I'm saying.
But
But
what
but
I'm
but
but
that's
what
the
I'm trying to say
cornerstone.
is like
There is nothing else
that's not
without that.
the biggest purpose. Like you see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
you can say it's a prerequisite, but it's not like the
No.
overall
No. But
the
listen to what I'm
like
saying. But watch
you see
this.
what I'm
Well, can
How
saying?
we
can
do,
you
can we do, can we break this question down like word by
How can
word?
you pass down a
Can we?
legacy? Hold on, let me just put this part in for what he said. How can you pass down a legacy of a leader if you don't have a family or generations to pass it down to? Family first over everything. If you don't have that, there is no legacy. There's nothing to pass
But
down.
wait, I like to be fair to E right here because I feel like we're not like I feel like we haven't really set the criteria. When you say purpose, E, are you trying to say like the only reason why a person exists was
Like
to
not like a genetic purpose or something like that, right?
no,
Like
no,
it can be something
I
that
mean
you
like okay, so the
selected,
reason why
right?
Malcolm X woke up in the morning
Right?
was his family, like that purpose.
Yeah, but like it not necessarily his family only in the household, right? It was a bigger situation than that. Like it was the black family. Do you get what I'm saying? It wasn't his wife and his kids and that's it. Like that's my purpose.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
not gonna do this because boy, I might get killed. Then who's gonna look after my kids?
Yeah. So yeah, because he probably would have quit doing that ahead of time if that was a concern for him. Yeah. So I agree with
Like
that.
if that was
I
his main purpose.
I do not think you can compare Malcolm X's contribution towards the our community and what he did with the conversation we have in there. Reason, you see, the thing about those situations, we never hear the woman, always the men that are in front. But again, when that man go at his home, who consoles him? You would see Malcolm X with his children all the time. Today, Malcolm
Yeah.
X children revisiting the case of his father. So I'm saying that if you look at the Nation of Islam, Louis Farrakhan, you never heard a wife speak. but she is the power pack behind Malcolm, sorry, behind Louis Farrakhan. If you look at Martin Luther King, Coretta King was the power pack behind, but you never hear Radio Correct, rarely hear she speak. So I think what Judge Macon is saying, I do agree with him, because what's the purpose of living? You have all the money in the world, and you have nothing to pass it down to. You don't have a woman to console you. You can't go to bed with the money. You see?
Yeah, but you
If
could
you want
even
to,
go like, what's the purpose of passing it down there, really?
say,
Like,
beg your pardon?
Yeah.
you could, if you wanted to go down that road, you could say, what's the real purpose of passing it down?
No, but if
Like,
you look at those
it's not
men roles, that
necessary.
would never be the question they would ask. Because if they want to empower the whole world, why would they ask that question? It would
Yeah,
be an
well, I mean that's
oxymoron.
so good.
Yeah, like,
What
I'm just
what
following
kind of
your line of
question is
questioning
that?
here.
What do you mean? Why would you pass it down? Everything that you're doing now was passed down to you. Like what
That's
kind
Exactly.
of
it.
But
statement is
I
that?
don't think that's the meaning of the
Like, come
question
on.
though.
But you
This
need to
is where we.
separate my
If I may,
questioning
if I
No,
may,
no,
from
no,
my
if
no,
I
no,
may,
no,
position.
no.
that's not the meaning of the
Oh,
question though. The question was, could Malcolm X still been the Malcolm X we know today without a family?
I don't think so
Like,
at all.
No,
no,
no.
No, he couldn't
No,
be
but
at
that's
no,
all.
like,
no. Here's the thing.
but
Here's the thing. Could he achieved? Could he have
We don't
he
know.
definitely
achieved
No.
could have.
everything?
I don't
He
no,
think
could
so.
have. Why not?
no.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why not? Yeah, I agree with that. Why not? Because think
Because
about this. I think about this. All the Buffalo soldiers that fought the 54th Regiment, the
man,
Tuskegee
y'all
Airmen,
trying real hard, man. Y'all
No,
that
trying
did
real
have
hard. Y'all
that
making
did
stuff
not.
that don't go together.
let's get to Malcolm
That's
X.
it. You're
Y'all trying
flopping
real
right
hard.
now. Listen, shall I
No,
tell
no,
you
no,
what?
no.
Shall I tell
Just
you
to
now?
make it, yeah.
Hold on, people. Let me say this, yeah. If we're saying that men and women have roles, then
Yeah.
we're talking about something that's divine, something that's defined to work a certain way in it. That's what we're talking about. Innit?
No.
So either
Okay, I
so
don't
when we
agree
start
with it in the
so when
same
we
way that
start
you're saying it.
yeah, but when we start talking about can Malcolm be the same man that we've seen him be in history without this experience that involved a woman playing a role, a particular role. Because again, if all of our great leaders had crackhead women and hoes, then we could say, all right, cool, in whatever. It doesn't really make a difference, or maybe that helps, or maybe it doesn't. But they haven't in it. There's a particular type of archetype of a woman that makes a successful man.
Yeah, and but there you go. Even as you said, right? He couldn't just pick any woman, right?
But that's
So
not the
Listen,
argument.
bro,
That's
it's not
not the
just about
No,
argument
having a
yeah,
though.
that's what I'm
woman.
saying
bro,
though. That
So
listen
thank
to
you.
what
That's
we're
not the
saying.
argument though. That's not the
let
argument.
me let me say this though, yeah.
Now
So
you switching
like
the argument up. Now you switching the argument up again.
Hold on,
No, no,
E.
no.
Hold on, E.
The
Hold
argument
up,
is the same.
everybody.
Keep bringing.
Listen, calm it down, calm it down, calm it down. E, one second,
this is like
one
a it's
second.
like a fight. As soon as somebody starts boxing, you're like, calm down, stop. Man's just getting the
No, no,
exchanges
no,
off.
no.
I can't even
I
get my
gotta
point
make
across.
I gotta calm it down because even though we can hear each other through the
Mhm.
computers, listeners only hear madness and they don't get to hear anything we're saying. So I've got to make sure that we don't do that because again, half the things we're saying aren't heard by anyone but ourselves. And I'm doing a show to the public, so that's why I'm saying we got to speak at once. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, E. But George speak, then DC, then Victor.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was saying like if we just put it on a scale, we look at history. All greats, majority of all greats had a family. They come from a structure. Now you may be able to cherry pick and pinpoint, but for the majority, especially black people, grades came from structure and family unit. So we can guess and say, well, if, but that we don't know that. But we got I only go on what we know and what
Okay.
produced like as black people here in the West. The rights and all the things that we got, it came from a structure of men with families fighting. So why would I sit there and say, well,
Uh,
maybe if they did, I can't prove
I'm
that.
not disagreeing with what you're saying, right? Like because obviously if you got people on both sides managing the load, it's gonna be easier, right? But I'm not. That's not what we're disputing here. We're
Yeah.
disputing whether that is somebody's purpose or you be on your purpose and you find a partner that's in line with your
No, but you
purpose.
mix two different things though. But see that's where I think the problem is coming because I was the one that started the purpose thing. That wasn't what
Yeah, I
I was
know.
saying.
That's why it's the problem,
No, hold
because
on, no, but hold
you're
on. See, but
finding
this
it
is
personal.
no, but this no, it's not personal. This is the problem. A lot of us we listen to respond instead of listening. I spoke of a man when he gets with a woman and creates a family and he
Hmm?
begins to walk in that purpose together. That's why I said when I plant a seed, I provide sunlight and water. I'm not talking about the kid in college trying to be the best version of himself. I said when a man comes into a woman and they create a family and they begin to walk in that purpose together. That's the that purpose within the man, within that structure, a woman gives birth to what he puts in her and they walk in there together. So my purpose now is my family. When I was young, building myself up, I was creating something for me to be able to walk in my purpose. So those two different arguments. I mean, I'm a man married 16 years, raising kids now, raising a son into manhood. So I have a different purpose than a single man or a young man growing up to be a best version of himself. So I made a distinction, and I thought that was clear.
But
Okay,
I think,
but
but
you
E's point
switched your
was,
personal.
yeah, but E's point
Got
was,
you, bro.
oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
No, got you, bro.
E's point was, could a man, like for example, could Malcolm X still had the same impact
We
on the
answered
black
that.
community? Yeah, you said yeah, but
We said no.
but that's
We
what I'm
said
saying.
no.
We're disputing that because he was, because I'm thinking like I look at like there's so many black men in history that
Where?
didn't really
Name them. Name them. I'm listening. Name them.
that didn't start a family until after the fact, until they started to pick up after.
Name them.
Malcolm X didn't start a family until after he got into the nation, but he was already
No,
in the
no. Well,
nation
Malcolm
several
didn't
years.
become. He didn't become Malcolm until he had his family.
How can
He
you
was
say
built
that
up.
though? How can you say
I
that?
know the history. What are you talking
How,
about?
I know the history.
Well, explain it. I'm
Malcolm X
listening. No, wait,
Malcolm
no,
X
wait. Let's
became famous. When
Yo,
no,
Malcolm
let's
X
Richie, why you
back
do
up.
became
that,
famous in
bro?
the
When did Malcolm? When did Malcolm get married? Explain to me when Malcolm became Malcolm, please, because I'm listening now. Since you know the history,
well,
go ahead.
Malcolm was Malcolm before he even got married. He was well known amongst the nation before he got married. And then when he rose to the position to becoming the public speaker, because people said he was head of the nation, he wasn't. Hey, yo, there's echo. But
That's probably
Yeah,
hold on.
there's a
That's me.
big
Hold on.
echo.
no, no big deal, no big deal, no big deal. But no, when he rose to the in guy's position of being a public speaker, he was happened to be married at that time, but prior to that, he was already still an up and coming star. Like he was still someone with outspoken, very opinionated. He didn't need to get married to do that. The point correct me if I'm wrong. The point is could Malcolm have achieved what Malcolm achieved as a single male?
I personally,
Yeah,
I
like
don't
that's
think so.
part of it.
You see,
Like to me, if he
time
can,
go by, maybe we're not sure. But if you look at Malcolm X's life, we would see it in the template, in the DNA he have left there. You would see it in his history. And according to what George Macon say, throughout
Yeah.
history, most successful people, men have had a woman beside them. You see, at the side, because we could now assume if, but when we look at the facts, you would see the history is there for us. You see, so we cannot now assume and say if he did not have, he had his success because he had a family around him supporting him when he's
no,
there. What?
correlation doesn't equal causation. You can't say because he had a family,
Man, that's
he was a
man. What you just
success.
said was dumb. Correlation doesn't. See, this is what I'm saying, Richie. This is the
One
problem with
sec,
having
man.
this.
Hey, bro. Hey,
That's
hold
just
your
dumb
mouth,
what
bro.
you
You
just
need to
said,
start having
man.
some respect, bro.
No, because
Seriously. You need to start
you
holding on your
disrespecting
tongue, bro.
Malcolm.
Yeah, because we
Seriously.
can't really,
Don't
we
just hear
can't
me
just
talk and start
equate.
saying it's
Hold
dumb,
on,
bro.
No, what you
hold
just
on,
said was
hold on.
dumb, bro. I gotta be
Let
honest with
George
you.
respond,
Damn, man.
and then
See,
you
I get
can
Hey, George is
impatient.
respond back
getting too
to
much
See,
airtime,
no, I'm
bro.
gonna tell you. No,
Turn
I'm gonna tell you
down
why.
gas,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell you why I feel the way. I get impatient with a lot of young people because a lot of these young people, man, they come and they speak. This is the thing, right? When he was presented, when he was presented out to the masses of the people as that spokesman, he had that family. 90% of all CEOs and different things, the reason why they're married because they have to be able to show that they can hold a family and be in control of a family before you're trusted. The thing was, and what I told you, when you're dealing with the Nation of Islam, the first aspect is building you up and then having a family. You cannot lead or be the main spokesman for something or lead a people if you can't lead a family. So now what I'm saying is
Okay,
I'm upset because we having this argument We have an argument. We put Malcolm X in something as young people that may listen to this nonsense.
Alright, but one sec, dude. What did I just say where you interjected and said it was dumb? What did I say that was dumb?
Because you saw this, because we use it. Well, this is what I'm saying to you. Why I said, and I didn't mean to disrespect you. What I'm saying is, we're using Malcolm X as a template for something that we shouldn't be using Malcolm X for.
Okay, we get somebody else then. We get somebody else.
Yeah, let's use somebody else, please.
Could a black man be super successful
No,
without
no,
a
no,
family?
no. Stop. No. Let's take a deep breath, all of us. Take a deep breath, a deep, long breath, man. Let's take a deep breath. Seriously.
Hey,
No.
see.
Look, listen.
Can I read something real quick? Can I read something real quick?
Hold up, E. Hold that thought. Go, Vic.
Yeah, listen. I'm more interested in the fact what a Jamaican said. He said that a woman, like this is listen to the words very carefully. A woman is a man's purpose. It didn't say what we have to do. It's just a woman, a complete woman. Yeah, insinuating that we understand a woman. Yeah, like insinuating that men understand women for them to be our purpose. I didn't get that because men, we don't understand women. Hence the predicament we are all in today, in whatever levels you're experiencing it in. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Hence the topic of the night. Has the roles changed? Listen, we don't get it. So when he said a woman is a man's purpose, I know he said something, but I want to understand, is he putting that woman on a pedestal, hence he understands that woman, that he can do what he has to do for that woman or for himself?
I answered that, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's stupid,
no.
man.
So do you understand the woman?
No.
Do you understand the woman? Do you understand the woman?
Yeah, but it's
do you understand? Okay,
but it's
do
not
you
just
understand a woman?
Whoa! It's not just understanding a woman; it's her function. If you understand what a woman's function does, and of course, women are going to be.
Hold on. What do you mean a woman's function? Could you explain function of a woman, please?
Okay, so you won't be able to start a family without a woman. 9 times out of 10, a loyal wife can help carry the weight or help ease the burden of your day-to-day life. Like I
don't want you to tell me the obvious. Don't tell me the obvious.
Yeah, but there's still aspects. That is still aspects a man can understand about
let me ask you
what I'm trying to make you understand is, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Let's relate it to our relationships today.
No,
don't start telling me the obvious.
Hold up, Vic. George is gonna respond to you. So clarity.
Let's make it simple. Let's make it real simple. What's the purpose of your woman, Victor? No, Victor, since you jump off the porch, what's the purpose of your woman for you, Victor?
I haven't heard that in like 10 years. Jump off the porch.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, what you said means you understand the woman. You understand the woman. What you said means you understand the woman. What I'm trying to say to you is, hold on. Listen. What you're doing, you're putting rules. You are making rules. You're restricting yourself.
No, see, this is what I'm saying.
Stop. Yeah. George. I'm echoing on your thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna mute up. I just want him to answer my question because I came on and I laid out what I said. Like this dude like to practice the American manosphere shit, and it's just a waste of time. My thing is he's married, I'm married. What's the purpose of your wife? Fuck everybody else. Educate the people. What's the purpose of your woman? Because I gave you the purpose from my point of view. We all heard it. Let's stop playing games, man.
Yo, Richie, can I read something quickly?
Yeah, you for a second. Come in is jumping around and all sorts. But go to read what you want to read, and then Victor, if you need to respond afterwards, DC Patar again anytime. People that is in the chat. We got Mr. Riggs in the chat over there. You get me? Jump, brother. Your opinion on these subjects.
Can you let the brother answer the question George Mick can ask him? the purpose of his woman.
Let me just read this because it'll be
Well,
quicker, and then
don't
you
worry,
can
Vic,
go in on that.
Vic's gonna respond to that after Eve. Read your thing,
This
Eve.
thing ain't gonna be. Yeah. This is from The Way of the Superior Man. Yeah. Chapter 7. Your purpose must come before your relationship. Every man knows that his highest purpose in life cannot be reduced to any particular relationship. If a man prioritizes his relationship over his highest purpose, he weakens himself, disturbs the universe, and cheats his woman of an authentic man who can offer her full, undivided presence. Admit to yourself that if you had to choose one or the other, the perfect intimate relationship or achieving your highest purpose in life, you would choose to succeed at your purpose. Just this self-knowledge often relieves pressure of a man feels to prioritize his relationship when in fact it is not his highest priority. Your mission is your priority. Unless you know your mission and have aligned your life to it, your core will feel empty. Your presence in the world will be weakened, as will your presence and your intimate partner. The next time you notice yourself giving in to a woman, postponing your mission and denying your true purpose in order to spend time with her, stop. Tell your woman that you love her, but you cannot deny your heart's purpose. Tell her that you will spend 30 minutes or a specific time with her in absolute attention and total presence, but then you must return to carry on your mission. Your woman will be more fulfilled with 30 minutes of undivided attention and ravishing love than she will be a few hours of your weak and divided presence when your heart really isn't in it. Time you spend with your woman should be time you really want to be with her more than anything else. If you'd rather be doing something else, she'll feel it. Both of you will be dissatisfied. Yeah, I'm done.
Hey, who's the author
Yeah,
of that? Who's the author of that?
I can agree with that.
Um,
No, watch this. Who's the author of that?
David Dider,
Oh, a white man, right? Because
possibly.
it sound like some Greek agape love to me. But I'm listening. I'll respond to it when y'all finish. I'll respond to that when y'all finish.
Okay. Like so when does like this it was the white man not apply to you? Like in any situation? Because I heard you say that a few times though.
No, I'm gonna let the other people talk, and then I'm gonna respond to it. I'm gonna break that down because I heard everything, and I've heard those type of articles before, and like I said, I'm gonna break it down from an African perspective. But go ahead, I'll listen. I'm gonna mute up and let the brothers talk, and then I'll respond to it.
Yeah, I would like to say,
Sorry,
what he just read, I agree with that 100%. Yeah,
can I ask a question? How
because
does that apply to your life, V? And how does that apply to, I think, his life? How do you utilize those that
no,
stuff in your life?
it's not on a personal thing. It's not a personal thing. He generalized. Yeah, we're talking
I
based on
know,
Oh,
generalization because he
you're
said,
right.
yeah, I'm
I
not.
know
He didn't. He
hold
didn't
on. Let me
explain
just
what
set the
his
table.
woman's
Hold on, Vic.
purpose is.
Vic,
Yeah.
Vic. Let me
I
set the
understand what
table
you're
again.
saying.
Remember, listen, people, Qatar, everybody. Remember the purpose of the conversation was about men's role. When you're answering about what you think about what was read, I want to hear tie to this subject and why that's relevant to understand ourselves as men and our limited observation in their own sisters. Where you come on, you can bring it on this panel, yeah, because we need to hear the female perspective, yeah. Again, I want to hear people's relation to that situation as well. So I'm gonna be quiet. Tatar, you was gonna say something. Victor, you was saying something. EC, you can come in.
Yeah, they're saying the roles of black men and women as it changed. Yeah, this is what it is. What I'm saying. So if what I'm saying has to be the role of a man, yeah, he never really explained what the role of a woman is. We just had to assume of what we're doing. Hence why he said a woman is a man's purpose, right? So he explained the role of a man. So in a perfect society, like how he explained it, that's how a man supposed to be. Yeah, he gave us an idea, an ideology, right? So in his world, that is a perfect model for all of us to follow. Hence, if we did, we won't have issues like this for you to make a topic of a question like that. Has the roles changed? Yeah. He made another comment saying this must be a Greek thing. Yeah. So how we're living now collectively, is it a Greek thing, or is that model that he said, is that model that he can see when they look at us as a race of people, or does he see the Greek thing? You see, there's a schism. No,
that model.
what you have to understand, what you have to understand, yeah. You see, the article that the brother read, yeah, that's how we are supposed to live. In honesty, with good intentions. The laws of what Macon was saying already exist, so we know. So it's like without saying it, you just do.
No,
yeah,
can I respond?
You just do. But how you live is exactly how that article said. What Judge Macon said is what you do naturally. But how you live is what the article said. Can you link it together?
Yeah,
can you connect the dots, bro?
No, hold on. But what we do naturally is we're outside of our natural way of thinking and our African way of thinking. We're not moving naturally. And like just all of us natural, we talk about natural. Every group don't. We're not moving from a natural way of doing things. It's just not. We're not in that type of culture no more. We're not in that society. So that's why this is an argument.
So what society are we in then?
What society are we in? We're
not.
We're in a society full of debauchery and everything is backwards. That's what we're in.
So like the Greek one, yeah? Is it Greek? Would you say that's Greek?
Not understand. Absolutely not. It's not African. We're not living in an African society, African way of thinking. No,
right.
Not.
Okay. So in Greek, yeah, have the women got power in Greek?
And no, listen, look. Let me explain it from my perspective when I heard that article, because I've heard those type of articles before. And this is the thing, right? They cherry pick certain things from our culture, and then they make these elaborate writings that make it seem like they said something deep, where really they didn't. A lot of that shit is distracted from us. The thing is, when we were growing up, for the most part, especially guys at my age, at least 45, 46 and older, you was told to make sure you have a job, a house, make sure that you like a great version of yourself before you take on a wife. Make sure that you have yourself together. And then when you take on a wife, make sure you create a system for yourself. So now when you take on a wife and create a family and a legacy, which would extend the purpose, you'll have all the means. So the thing is, when you talk about a man, wait a minute, don't cut me off. Let me finish. Damn. What I'm saying, that's why I drew this distinction of a young man in school or acquiring a job and doing certain things, and then he takes on a wife. It used to be a period of time when you had to go to the dad, or that man had to get the okay, because he had to make sure he had to be checked out to make sure that his shit was all right before I walked my daughter down the aisle to pass him off. So now when I talked about the purpose driven, my purpose is specifically me being married and creating a family, a children with my wife. When I put my seed in her and we begin to walk that journey together. Prior to that, I'm alone. Of course, I'm being the best version of myself. But once my seed go into that woman and she takes on my last name and that child, my purpose is my family. That's the only thing that I'm talking about.
So sorry, what is it that what you didn't agree with?
No, because he tried to make it seem like I said that a woman is just a man's purpose. And I specifically said that when before a man takes on a wife, he has to become a good version of himself in order to even be able to maintain a wife. So there's a distinction between the two.
Okay, I mean, from what I read.
There's a distinction. No, because when you read that, it's still, when you read that and you listen to it, it still subjugates the woman, or you deal with the woman when you can, or it says that you're in a weak version when you're showing attention or love to a woman. That's bullshit. That's not African. That's bullshit. That's European shit. I'm not a weak version when I'm showing love or venerating my woman.
Yeah. What if I was to tell you what you're saying?
It didn't say that though. It didn't say that.
It said. It didn't say in those exact words, but it said about something about weakness or something when you with the woman, or when you're around this woman, you really don't want to be there or go around a woman. Listen,
it said if you're not aligned with your purpose in the presence of others, including your woman, you're gonna be weakened. You don't
Right.
agree with that?
No, listen. Before you take, like I just said, before you take on a wife, we was always taught to have your shit together. But we live in a culture where a lot of our men are not in those positions. So we take on wives where we're already inadequate. So there's a lot
No,
of nuances and things that
but
come
you
into
could
play
be
with that.
able to provide without a purpose, though. Like you can have a good job, like you can have a house and no bad addictions without having a purpose.
Yeah, but our main listen for me. This is what I'm saying. Our main purpose here, as far as how you got here and how life keeps going, is for us to procreate and keep life. And when you procreate with that woman, like we're not just animals where you just go grab a woman, stick your dick in and make a baby and keep running. No, when you plant that seed, you provide sunlight and water. That becomes your purpose. Once you begin to do that, the problem is we don't think like that no more. We just think that we can get up, shake and move, and just come and go as we please.
See
No,
me, I
so
don't see
that's
that. I don't see that as my purpose. I see that as my responsibility,
Can I
which
no,
is
just
but
different.
that, no,
George?
but
Yeah.
no. How is that not? Well, let me ask you a question. Let me calm down. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask
Yeah.
you a question.
Mhm.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Responsibility. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah, see, because I'm gonna give you an example. I have a responsibility to take care of myself. I have a responsibility to feed myself, make sure I can do certain things so that way I can survive.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is, when I get with a woman and I put a life inside of a woman, right? What I'm saying is this: through naturally through nature, on how we we can put a responsibility on certain things where you can get punished
one.
by the state. Hold on, what I'm saying, where you can get punished by the state. But I'm not speaking from some man-made laws. I'm speaking from natural laws on how we get here. We get here by actually going to a woman and creating life. I'm not speaking by some shit that some man said that can punish you by. I'm speaking by
Bro,
law of nature.
I don't
That's
No,
even
how
no,
think
we
yeah,
about
we know
man-made
that. We know
laws.
that. We
How
know that.
about
that's
that?
all I'm saying. So that's why I don't understand why is that the debate. So all I'm saying,
But
brother.
wait though, because when I said like I read this thing here, you started talking about this white guy wrote it, is
Yes,
Greek, like
because that's
da, da,
not
da,
our
da,
shit.
da, da.
Because you gotta listen to the wordplay in that shit, man. That's not our shit.
To me,
We
yeah,
don't
it's
listen.
about like
We don't even treat our women the way that they do, bro.
I can't speak
George, George,
for we as a
George.
collective and how people treat their
Yeah,
women, innit? Like
Man,
I
we
can only
don't
speak
treat
of
our
my
women the way
you
that
situation.
white
can't.
men
No,
do.
no, we all don't think the same.
I'm
Like
not
I don't know
saying.
how they're
I'm
treating
just
their
saying. I'm
women.
just saying.
Yeah,
As a culture. If you look at our culture and his culture, we don't treat our women the way he do.
Like
Right,
how?
listen,
Let's
after
yeah.
break it
this,
down.
yeah,
What do you mean by that?
hold up, you Scott. Patar wanted to say something earlier and we kind of all cut him off. Patar, I know you wanted to say
Yes,
something.
asking the brother, because we stick on the what does the word purpose means? I mean, if one cannot live there for himself, his family, his children, what does purpose really means? Because we're reading from somebody else's experience, opinion, views, or ideas, and how does that apply to our lives? Because if you want to advise or read something for somebody, what is the purpose of it? We kind of use it for in our own lives. So I'm wondering what does purpose really means to brother E and V, because I think George Macon is is clear. He's talking about his experience and what he thinks and what he think our culture was. So I simply believe that I'm asking you, what does
No,
purpose mean? If you're gonna live there for yourself, your
yeah, we have to simplify it.
what purpose you live here for
Like
then?
I would say in the simplest
It's
way is primary objective.
And what's that?
So for me, like I don't want to get too in on what my primary objective is, but it's related to freedom.
Oh, for freedom. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
yeah,
Hold
I
yeah,
live with
yeah.
up,
Me,
hold on. Does that
yeah, me.
primary objective involve a
No,
woman,
hold on,
bro?
hold on.
Does it
Does
involve
that
a
primary
woman? Like
yes, like it's simple. Like
freedom.
you
Yeah,
can talk about
yeah.
freedom,
So
but again,
yeah, is
under
but could I have
freedom,
my but wait, but could I have it without a woman? Yes.
you could have
so
free.
why
You could have true freedom. Hold up, people, because after I say this, everyone can make their opinion. You're saying, just to be clear, that you believe you can have true freedom by yourself as a man, just by yourself. No
celibate, celibate,
woman
Like
celibate.
involved in any part of the plan. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what it meant.
Okay,
That's
so
not what
like
he
now
meant.
I
Hold up.
feel like we're getting
He's
a bit
gonna
silly,
answer,
right?
and then anyone can come in one at a time, please. If Mr. Riggs wants to
Because
say something, make him
One
come in
second, one
first.
second, one second, one second, one
like
second. What?
but one sec, let me just respond one sec,
Hold on,
Tarian.
let
You know
him
I don't
say
take
something,
long.
and then you come
Yeah.
in, Riggsy.
It's like having my breakfast is not my purpose, right? But do I see freedom without me having breakfast? It's like it's that simple. It's
No,
like,
can you
just because it's
You know what the funniest thing is that we're looking on. Now, first of all, we've gone out of topic of what the headline is because we're talking about family, but we're supposed to be talking about the gender roles. But firstly, our foundation and whatever you like to say, your mother would always teach you about family, regardless of any form or situation. Yeah. Even your father, he would try to say some bits and pieces, but your mother will inject that into you. Your mother's the one that shows you about your wife, about who you should choose, about carrying on the generation. Because the one thing that our main purpose is to create that legacy. And majority of us have forgotten.
yeah, but that's like you can choose your purpose is a choice, right? Or
Yes.
not?
But your
So
foundation, hold on, but your
so
foundation, but your
so then
foundation has been taught to you in forms of a family. Your family is, as I would say, is your first government. Your family is your first economics, your foundation of where you are and how you live. So you will have to have a woman and a man to have a child. If you do not have that and you said, I'm going to live on a sole freedom or purpose of my own, then you have destroyed that purpose of creating that generation of legacies.
Well, will he be
So what are you
free
saying
then?
then? It's a
Hold,
mass.
hold up, hold
I
up,
could
Vic,
just
hold up,
so
Vic,
what?
hold up, everybody, hold up, everyone. In your opinion, Riggs, can he achieve true freedom, like in your opinion, without a woman?
No, because you might as
But
well
what do
just
you
if
mean? But what do you mean? What do you mean true freedom though? Like why do you
it
keep
depends
putting
on
true on
your.
there?
Well, I'm just because you
But you
said
know
I
what?
can still
Let's not go into
freedom.
word. Hold on. Let's not go into wordplay because at the end of the day, the truth is, we all want to have siblings at the end of it. Yeah, and if you don't have siblings, you're gonna feel empty. You can be as rich as you are. You can be have all the things in life, but if you don't have a child, what is the purpose of it?
I don't know. Like 'cause
No,
I
don't
know
say it.
people, yeah, that don't want to have children. Like their sole focus
But,
is
no,
fixing
isn't that
what they see
mostly
is broken in the world.
no, but ain't that mostly on complications? The reason why they don't want to have children. Isn't that
No, that's
complications?
discriminating.
But
You are
No, but it
discriminating.
comes
Don't say
it
that.
comes hold on, no. Because but sometimes people don't want children
no,
of
but not,
complications.
not, okay. I just got what you're saying. No, but that's not what I'm talking about. No.
No,
It's
no,
like they see it like the world is so messed up that why are they gonna have children and then like you say and
yes,
continue
but
this
that's
their purpose. That's
complication.
their focus.
You know,
What do you mean
but
complication?
that's not the purpose. But that's just complications deferring you
But
away
how
from
can you say that? How can you say what someone's purpose though?
huh?
How can you say what
Because you've
someone's
been
purpose
taught
is?
from a child what your purpose was through your
But
mother.
what if they was wrong?
How would you say your
Bro,
mother's wrong? If
bro,
But
that
your
if
mum's
listen,
that was
your
if
mum's
that
never
was
been wrong on
Yeah,
right,
something.
what
hold
he's
up.
saying
This is getting
it's a
silly.
culture. It's a
Hold up.
culture.
No,
Huh?
no, 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 no. This is what we're not gonna do, yeah? We're not gonna do a what if conversation about silly things. Remember, we're talking about the roles of a man and a woman, yeah? And how
Yeah.
we looking at each other see those roles and have they changed? Are they outdated? Now we're talking. We've gone on to this pathway of talking about purpose. Now nature itself, forget just humans. Nature itself, Brother Tar talked about this earlier, reflects the fact that this coupling of male and female, yeah, has to happen. It's a continuous thing, in it. So
It
based
only
in
it only needs to
based
happen
in
for it to
that
continue.
happening, based in that happening, When we're talking
Yeah,
about
has to happen.
by default, when we're talking about purpose, yeah, of us as men, and and we're talking about freedom, using words like freedom and purpose, can that be achieved without a woman playing her role as a woman in your life? And you
But it's
said
like,
yes, you can achieve that, and we're all
Listen,
saying no, that can't be
no, no, no,
done.
no, no. I already didn't say, I didn't say that. And then you loaded the question. First and foremost, yeah, I didn't agree that like that's part of everybody's purpose, right? To procreate. I didn't agree
No, no,
to that.
but I get what you're
Mhm.
saying, but that is a locality of what's coming to that person's situation. Whether they can't procreate, whether they've gone through trauma, whether they've gone through certain aspects of life and experiences why they don't want to have children. But the truth of it is that we are here to procreate, to create generations of
Look,
legacy.
I got children as well,
Mr.
right?
Riggs,
But I
Yes.
wouldn't. I don't see them as my purpose.
Mr. Riggs,
They're my
yes, my
responsibility.
brother. Imagine everything in nature fighting for its survival. Before one, if you look at trees, before one tree grow, every season, every tree cannot wait to grow, or bear fruits, or bear leaves. The sun cannot wait to shine in the morning, because nature knows how nature should function. But when we think that, I mean, maybe that brother E, is somebody that want to be celibate, and he do not want any partner because
I
I guess
got children, bro. I got a family. I'm not celibate.
no, but you sound like you want to
Say I'm
procreate.
Pop Pop Purpose.
I'm
You know,
Papa
and you
Purchase.
wouldn't, and
Say
you
I'm
wouldn't
Pop Pop's Purpose.
I'm
your own.
Papa Person.
But what I'm saying is that for me personally, I think everything in nature have a role and have a purpose, because I mean today we make choices we do not want. It's all left to us. But I think that everything in nature have a purpose. I mean, we was made for the woman. The
listen.
That's how nature designed it.
Just to add on to that, right? Do you feel that even when someone says they don't want to have children, makes their mother happy?
But why does that matter?
It
We
does.
don't.
I don't understand why that is
Because
a relevant question.
what your parents teach you, it does matter. But it's your
So
choice.
what?
It's your
But
choice.
what if your
Direction you want
parents
to
taught you
go?
something bad though?
Huh?
What if your parents taught you something wrong? Like,
Well,
what about generational curses and them kind of things there?
it's
Like,
the
is
reason
one not
why.
supposed to outgrow
No,
them?
no, no. Let's stick to the topic, man.
Yeah, and
Huh?
that's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Can I jump in real quick? Hey, Richie, where you at, Richie? Watch this. Hey, Richie. Hey, remember the live streams we was doing two
Right.
years ago on transhumanism? And we was talking about them getting rid of the nuclear family and just that thought. Everything went into the individual now. We're in the individual time. And the computer, computer age, digital age, you don't need no. We're thinking as individuals, not as a collective, as a group. This is where we're going with the young people and the way that they're thinking. See, because this is the thing. For
Brad, tell me you're here, bro.
let me finish.
I need some
Let me finish.
sanity in
You
the
cut me
room.
off. Let me finish.
Hold on, people.
Let me
Hold
finish.
on, people.
Because I'm not just talking about you. Because see, the reason
One,
why
one at a time. One at a time.
Even just that the fact that you're
hold
talking
on,
about
hold
me.
on, hold on, hold on. Because I'm not just talking
Let
about
him finish speaking, E, and then you can speak
But
straight up.
he's about to waste his breath though,
hold
because
on,
he's wrong.
Yeah, but that's
So,
not about E.
hold on. Let me
alright, go
finish.
to, go to, go
Listen,
to.
we're getting this wrong, man.
Hold on, let me finish.
Please.
Yeah, because all I'm saying is this, because this ain't even, I was just listening for a while. I ain't even talking about him. I'm just speaking when we have these type of conversations, Richard, and I told you this 2 years ago, where these conversations was going to go to. And the thing is, everything now is about individualism. And I'm not just talking about E, but we hear this all the time, Richie, in the shows we do across YouTube, when a lot of young people come on. They're not thinking. When I told a young person, I said, just the mere fact for you to be here and have the opinion that you have, two, a man and woman had to come together to so-called create a life.
And
Bro, I got kids, bro. My
no,
kids,
I'm
my
not
kids
talking
got
about you.
savings.
I'm not
Like,
talking about you. And when I'm
you
gonna
said
say
you said you're not just talking about me.
in closing. All I'm saying is, if we carry on with the thought process, and I'm not just speaking about dude, and with the thought process, then like as Brother Riggs said, it stops there. There is no passing down. Like if as a man, if you're not here to actually, procreate and pass down a legacy, then everything stops. But if everybody start thinking that way, then what becomes of the natural order within the society? That's where I said now we're going into this transhumanism way of thinking that we talked about 2 years ago. Riggs, you remember, you was in the streams. This type of thought process and these conversations now is being had in 2021, where at the end of 2018, we was talking about this kind of stuff. That's all. I'm gonna mute up. And I ain't talking about just you, E, or just pertaining to you. I'm not talking about you.
Not just me, but give me an example of what I'm talking about that is on this individualism thing.
I'll give you an example because you said you talked about why do you said something to the magnitude of why we have to have kids. What if my mother was wrong in the context of when Riggs was saying about family and things within nature? And what I'm saying is I'm listening to the conversation, and those type of conversations is based off of the society that they're moving us to. They're not getting rid of the nuclear family in the way, in the thought process, the way we think now. Everything is based off of my purpose is me.
Yeah, but transhumanism, just for everybody to understand, transhumanism is the combination of IT to the human DNA, and it's like having the ability to take a terabyte worth of knowledge and have it be downloaded in your head in like 30 minutes. It won't destroy a man's desire to have a family.
No, it's more to it than that, bro.
The
more
role
to
of
it
a woman.
It's
Even like a
the role
vaccine
of the woman.
to a degree is
it's more to it than, it's way more to it than that. 25, way more to it than that, brother.
Yeah,
I'm
being
real.
We can't tell.
Hold up, people.
Can I just respond though, real quick?
Hold up, E. 1 second. Victor's been trying to say something. Then you can say something, E, again. Vic, say what you was gonna say earlier because you was trying to.
Yeah. I was saying that the role of a woman. Yeah, we can't say. We can't tell. Yeah.
Why?
So what? You know the role of a woman.
Don't ask me. I'm asking you the question.
What the hell?
No, George, let him speak.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yo, big up, Mr. Riggs.
Please explain why I can't understand a role of a woman.
No, I'm not saying you understand the role of a woman. I'm saying, do you know the role of a woman?
Yeah, but I'm asking you, do I know? For what I know,
what do you mean, why?
No, I'm asking. Listen to me carefully. I can only explain.
Tell me what a role of a woman is.
But it's not for me because you're putting a statement out there. You put the statement. So I want to know.
Topic is
how do we know a role of a woman? Because you put that statement out. Like we don't know.
Are you throwing it back to me now?
Yeah, because you.
Richie, can I talk now?
No. I just wanted Victor to break that down because he threw something out there.
Wait, how can you ask him to break it down? That's his question.
No,
You're asking him his own question.
Just listen to me for a second.
That's his question.
No, E. You were able to speak. Let me just let Victor break his analogy down because
I wasn't really able to speak.
I understand where he's coming from.
It's his question. You're asking him his own question. He's asking you the question, and you're asking him the question.
No, because he keeps asking the question if we all know who a woman is, and it's like, okay, so clearly he knows what a woman is.
Yeah, but why would you even ask that question?
He's not asking because he knows. He's asking because he feels that.
Hey, really?
We're going off this topic, yeah. He's that we don't know nothing about women, yeah. And I want to know, where did he get that from?
Yeah.
Begs the question: has the roles changed?
Yeah.
Because, yeah. Well, so if you're saying what are they? Oh, what they should be? What is it? What?
No. You're putting a question. I'm just playing. I don't know. So if I don't know, I want you to help me out. Come on. Victor.
But Terry, act like you do know. Let's save some time.
Oh,
Yo, E's
Let's
going.
let's save some time in it
man.
because no, what do you mean?
I'm
I was
doing
supposed to
it, bro.
respond to my man. I'm
You know
gonna
what?
respond
I
to
know
him half
what
an hour.
bro.
You're like, oh, let me play dumb. Why? Let's just he asked you a
Oh,
question, answer his question. Let's move.
because E, you don't understand. You wouldn't.
I wouldn't. Okay. But okay,
There's a
I'm
reason.
asking this question as well, yeah?
Victor,
Like if you could explain
Victor,
as well, because I'm interested.
sorry,
I don't
Victor,
know, innit?
Victor, V,
Yeah,
Uncle Tom.
V, can you hear me?
Yeah.
yeah,
V, do you have a mom?
yeah,
Do you have sisters?
yeah.
Aunties? What you see they have been doing from the time you start growing up as a child? What you see they have what have they done or what are they doing you see they're doing in growing up?
Whatever they're doing now,
What it like, such as
whatever they're doing in their lives. Yeah.
like caring for the family,
Huh?
caring for the home, contributing, some of them working, having
Yeah. Just doing normal things like what
you see,
and
do not-
what
I'm
you're
telling you
talking
now,
what
you
you're
say you do not
talking
know.
about. They do it.
V,
Huh?
you do not know. I'm telling you now. You say you don't know. I'm telling you now. You ask a question. I'm answering now.
Okay.
In your life, you have seen your mom. Maybe I do not know. Have children or you have siblings. You have seen her cook for you, care for you, breastfed you. Your mom may be working, care for that. Do so many things. Isn't that not a lot for you to be able to understand what a woman role has been or what it is?
Yeah, but every mother does that.
No, but isn't that the role of a woman? You say a woman. I'm telling you the role of a woman. So what?
Yeah. So if you know that, yeah, doesn't the woman know it?
But of course she do it. How she do? I mean, she's doing it. She know
Right.
it.
Okay. Stop there. Stop right there. The woman knows it, right? So if the woman knows her role, why is she your purpose?
I think you take on Judge Macon's simple statement of purpose and you ride in
No.
it when
No.
you write.
No. What I'm saying, you see, a guy read an article, yeah? If you thinking a guy read an article, yeah? That article is supposed to be you, the man, yeah? The woman knows her role, yeah? You don't have to tell the woman what to do. She knows her role. But what you have to do, like what the guy said, be responsible for your actions, yeah? Be honest with good intentions. That's it. As a man, have good intentions, yeah, and be honest.
Hold on. Let him finish, and then you're gonna come back in. You done, Jake? Let Patas respond to you.
Right.
Patas
Go
respond
on.
to you.
Victor's making sense.
A while ago, you did not know the purpose of a woman. I'm explaining to you what the purpose of a woman is. I use I'm your mother and your sisters and your family as an example. Judge Macon made one statement: purpose. You ride from the time you came into Constitution. You have been talking about that same thing. Judge Macon.
Yes, because he said the woman is the purpose.
Just how you speak, V. I will keep quiet to speak, V.
Please.
His personal thing is when you have a child for a woman, next thing you're doing is to take care of the family. He explained it to you very clear. I think it was clear, but apparently, I think personally you love the word purpose and you cannot go away from the word purpose. And I think Judge Macon was abundantly clear. Now, the role of a woman has started to change because, again, of what society has started to do, create division in the family. Because, like I said originally, the woman was to work with the man side by side. The women knew their role, they knew what they had to do, according to you. But there is a bigger agenda to divide the family that has,
now you're talking.
I'm definitely not going to get to talk.
You will talk. Okay, I'll keep quiet.
Hey, listen. Everybody shut their mouth now, yeah? For a second. God damn it. Yeah. First of all, on the screen at the bottom. Purpose, the reason for which something is done or created or which something exists. When George was talking about a woman giving you a purpose, you, the man, a purpose to be a man, continue being a man, as she continues to be a woman, and you give her purpose, she gives you purpose, and he used the analogy of having a child. But do you see the breakdown of the word purpose, Vic? Do you see? Do
Yeah,
you
but
not
that's just
see?
common
Yeah.
sense, bro.
Do you not see where it naturally links to us talking about the roles of a woman and how George explained it earlier? Because it should be
Right.
clear and even more clearer
Yes,
from the definition at the bottom of the screen
I
now.
get that. I
Yeah.
get that.
But
But we have an
Vic,
issue.
hold up,
Yes,
Vic, hold
we
up,
we
Vic,
have a problem.
hold up, Vic. 1 second before you respond. We got a sister on the panel now, yeah. So I'm very excited to have the sister here to voice her opinion. So after you go, Vic, I want the sister to come in and say what she's got to say and
Oh,
start to
big
get
up
into
Athena.
this conversation, yeah.
Hey
That's
Richie,
all.
you kind of violating though still, because I've been waiting for like 20 minutes or something.
Is that your?
Oh,
Is that
shut
your
up,
pops?
E. Shut up, E.
Let him
Don't
go.
Hey,
exaggerate.
serious. Hey, I'll be real,
Jesus.
yeah. I'm a
Go
cool guy,
ahead.
but don't tell me to shut up, bro. I don't like it. But I got love for you and all that, but don't tell me
Shut
to
up,
shut
E.
up, bro.
Yeah,
Yo, E,
go
shut up,
Hey,
go
E.
on, E. Go on, E.
Listen,
seriously, bro.
Hold on,
E,
hold on, hold on.
Seriously,
E.
I don't play them kind of games.
Hold up.
Hold on.
Victor's coming in first. Hold up. Victor's coming in first. E, you can come in afterwards. Then I want to hear from the sister, yeah? But I want the
Big up
sister
Thank
Athena.
you.
to have a clear pathway to talking. I don't want no one to
Yeah.
be interrupting her. So make
Don't
use
worry,
your
sis.
statements
I'll be
rounded,
brief.
yeah?
I'll be
That's it.
brief.
All right.
I keep my thing concise to the point, headshot. None of
All,
this
all
old
right.
man thing that you see
That's
you
right.
grinding over
Hold
here.
on,
You
E.
get me?
Hey,
Man, or
but
dribbling
E,
while they're
E,
conversating, bro.
but
I ain't got time for that.
hey, but E, you're riding over someone that has an arrogant ego. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
man
a
will
really
reverse back over them. Boom.
and the thing is, when there's something in more deeper, but you are trying to inject, you're blocking it.
Nah, I look, yeah, I'm not trying to
And that's
block it. I'm
what I'm
trying to
saying
clear
to you.
I'm trying to clear some things up, innit, yeah?
Yeah, no, no,
So
no, no. Yeah,
obviously,
but
man's
what's
gotta
more
learn how to
deeper?
deal with me, innit? Man can't keep bringing my name into things.
Yeah, but
Like it's
hold
gonna
on,
stop. You know me, Terry, it's gonna stop, innit?
yeah, no,
Like
no, but
man's gonna
E,
have to admit
no,
that man's wrong, innit?
you have your
Listen.
path and you have your say. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, when I'm doing certain things, I'm not going to interject the same way
But you
I
got
was.
in my way though, Terry.
Hold on, I was asking you not to interject, but you still was adamant because you didn't
It-
understand.
because you was making it long for me. Look, oh now I ain't got to speak because you
Talk.
went down
No, I'm
that
saying to you,
Alice
talk.
in Wonderland
And
like
Hello.
hold
story.
on, E, before you go into one, talk.
Okay, so first, like George Macon's not even here, yeah. But first and foremost, yeah, Richie, I'm disappointed in you, yeah, because you're allowing this guy to just talk too much smack, yeah. For one, yeah, not just on me, yeah, but on the younger generation. Man's generalizing, like saying, "See, this is
Really?
what's happening with young people." Me personally, I'm a father. We have a healthy household here. Everything is going good. My children are growing well. They know what life is about. They know about what's being black. They know about culture. They know about all these things. But still, man has to be targeted by these generalizations that don't even make sense. And then you stand for it, and then I want to reply, and then you jump in like the referee, like, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. It's like, right. Then man just hits me again in the face while you're holding me back. And he's like, come on, bro, what's this about?
All right, let me say this quickly to that, yeah. Let me say this quickly because I can see George is bubbling now. He's simmering, he's simmering. Yeah, but let me say this quickly, yeah. This is what man have to understand, yeah. Certain times what you guys need to understand when you speak. In order to say and poise certain questions, you have to have a reference point to even speak from. You understand that? But when you say these what if statements, E, yeah, about yeah, well, I don't know, whether or not is our purpose to be together and or to be with a woman, and I can be free by myself, and I don't need a woman. When you say statements like that, you have to understand again, you could only speak One, if it isn't like that,
Say it.
yeah, that's all. That's right. You could only speak like that if you wasn't created already from a purposeful situation. Same situation that you're questioning that may not be needed. If you didn't come from that same situation, you wouldn't even be here to be talking. That's why
But you don't know
you
that's the
now,
purpose, though.
bruv.
You've extrapolated from the situation that that's our purpose. Just because that's happening, you don't know why we were created. You can't prove why we were created, what our purpose is. You can't do that.
Uh,
So if you can't prove it, then I'm able to question it.
Hey,
bruv.
hey, can I say something real quick? And I'm gonna mute back up.
All right, go say what you got to say, and then I really
Just,
need to
all I
bring
need
the
is 30
sister in.
seconds. All I need is
And
30
then I
seconds.
need to bring the sister in afterwards.
Okay, yeah. It's 30
And the
seconds.
sister's coming in.
I've been doing this YouTube thing for some years now, and I've been encountering a lot of young people. And my comments wasn't just for him. My comments was just based off of the conversation that was being had. So I gave my opinion and my assessment based off the conversation, nothing personal, and none of that. And like I said, when I spoke of purpose, like I specifically said, when I brought on my wife and went into her and put life in her, and these children came. That
Right,
became my purpose, and
George,
that's it. I'm done.
George, look at the
Yeah,
bottom of the screen, yeah? The breakdown of the
yeah.
word
Purpose
purpose,
for
the
what's
reason for which something is done,
done or
created.
created for which something exists. So what I'm saying is, I had my life. Once I got with my wife and we created life, and I stood at the bottom of her feet, and that baby came out of her, and at 8:15, and that baby was named. We began to walk in this purpose together. She became Miss Macon, and we walked in this purpose together. So now I'll say this and I'm done. I'll let the sister come in. Nature lets us know, because the brother made a statement and said, well, how you know what your purpose is? And I understand the context of what he's saying. I'll answer it this way, right? In nature, we know now as human beings, when a man and woman comes together and they go into each other, life is created. So nature has a way of dictating how we should live. We know we need water to live. We know we need food. We know we need oxygen and certain things, within nature to live. But if we just dealing with human beings, me coming together with a woman creates a life so that me, and all of us can be sitting here having a conversation. If we stopped doing that, we don't know what might happen because we never stopped doing it. But what we do know is us doing it is keeping the so-called whatever we want to call society going. So I ain't got nothing against you. This is or young people. It's just in the context of the conversation we have.
It's just y'all come from a generation where y'all went to when college was like $1,700.
Yeah, Brad,
Like,
back off.
oh, I'm sorry. A partial sister. Go ahead.
Can everyone hear me properly?
Yes,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the
So
platform.
I just wanted to say, like, we have to be individuals first, because like we was born alone, we die alone, our souls alone with us, like you have to find yourself first. Otherwise, like, how can you successfully learn someone else? Like,
Well,
and
after you was
until you
born
find
alone,
and then when you found yourself, like, naturally you'll find a woman or a man, and then you'll have a family, and then you'll have kids. Like, it will just happen naturally. Like, so I don't understand the issue with saying you have to be individual first. Like,
Tell them.
Let me hold on, George. Let me backtrack. Let me backtrack because I know you've been in the chat. You've been listening for a hot minute. So let's backtrack on this. Yeah, men and women's roles, are they the same? Have they changed over time? Do we need to change them based on this time frame? And based on your opinion, what is a good man and what's a good black woman?
who's that question to?
No, to you, sister. Sorry, to you, because I want to hear your opinion on the main topic before you, because I know you're responding to this particular moment in time, but I want you to respond to the main topic first, so we get your opinion on the actual
Okay,
thing
so
first.
obviously I think the roles have changed, because in the past, like, women, you know, all their role was to like just be a wife, have children, care for her husband, look after the house, and like be the main caregiver and like the teacher of the children. And then the men was just like a provider, you know, protect the family, look after the children, you know. And now the women have become more independent, and you know, they're doing their own thing because they
You think
don't
that's a
need a
good
man
thing?
anymore, like to provide financially.
You think that's a good thing?
So
Women
they
being
put like the children thing, like, yeah, they wait until they're in their like late 30s or 40s and then start trying, and then they get issues and stuff like that. So
you think that's a good thing though?
no, I don't think it's a good thing.
What, women being more independent?
No, I think women should be like independent, but I
Oh,
do
okay.
think they should still be like having children,
Yeah.
like 30 the latest.
So like, that makes sense.
So
Yeah.
there should be stuff like in work to help women stay in work and have children and stuff like that. Maybe.
Very, yes. Very philosophical, very deep, very deep. You overstand. You overstand.
But wait, I'm gonna come back on my laptop because like you guys sound really low to me.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We will be waiting with bated breath while I'm sure it goes off again over here.
Yeah.
All right. While the sister does that, people, the link is in the chat. Anyone else that wants to come on, please come on, join us. This is probably like the final hour. So anyone that wants to join the conversation, James, I see you in the chat. Pick up yourself every time. Feel free, jump on, voice your opinion. We're still talking about roles
Hammer
of men
Black.
and women and purposes and all of this kind of thing there. It's been a bit hairy and back
Yeah,
and
because I come
forth,
in.
but Vic's got something to say. Yeah, all right, go through Vic.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
we
yeah.
gonna say, brother?
Yeah. We haven't got long. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, I agree with what the lady was saying. You know, it's about, you know, individually you just finding yourself. But like what the basis of what everybody's saying, I agree with it. That's how a normal family, you know, is supposed to live in like in relation to nature or whatever you call it. We know that rule. What Judge Making is saying, it's not new to me. I already know it, and I'm sure most people know it. But what the problem is, what we're having right now, where you feel of asking that question, have the roles changed? Yeah, is because we're becoming infiltrated, yeah, by a systematic like program that is separating us because we live a fake life. You know,
Huh?
we're not real to ourselves. Yeah, we're not real. If you know what I'm saying to you, we live in a fake, pretentious life. Yeah. So
What?
when I said we have to live, yeah, an honest
Yeah.
life with good intentions. That's all it is. Then naturally, yeah, that rule, what Macon was saying, will flow. It will come naturally. If you get with a woman that you really love, yeah, you love her and she loves you, you will naturally have a contract, yeah, and you have a responsibility, yeah, and you'll be held accountable too among yourselves. So that's all it is. It goes without saying. But for now, you have to understand, you have to stop the fakeness. Be real to yourself, yeah, with good
Yeah,
intentions.
but wait.
When you meet a woman,
Okay.
yeah, that's all it is. So I don't see why you're telling us something that we already know. But all I'm trying to say is, yeah, women need to understand who they are. A lot of them don't. A lot of them subscribe to what the system is telling them who they are. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So that's what's creating this problem. They need to be honest with themselves, yeah, and understand. Look, they give birth to boys, like to baby boys. They raise boys. They have to understand what we are naturally. Yeah. So that article that brother read is very, very interesting. That's how we're supposed to live individually, finding ourselves. Yeah. But in truth, yeah, finding yourself in truth and in honesty. Yeah, with good intentions. That's all it is. Yeah, but knowing that when you meet that person that you really love and they love you, it's in honesty, in it. There's no hiding. You're just
Yeah, but
yourself within that
I don't
person.
think we're
So it's
being
a
infiltrated
natural
though.
blend.
I don't think we're
But
being
it's been
infiltrated at all.
infiltrated. Yeah, it's been because people like
Hold on, Vic.
fake stuff.
Hold on, Vic.
We
Let DC
we like
respond.
fake things. Huh?
We're not
let
being.
DC
I don't think we're
respond.
being infiltrated at all. I think if anything,
Yeah, if you like
society.
fake things, no, hold on. Let me tell you something. Fake things, yeah, just you is money. That's what fake things is money. You money, don't you? We know the essence of money. Yes, we get that. But fake things is money. So because you live a fake life, you're already infiltrated. And that's what's cool. Then you have a perception of how a man should be in a relationship. You see that?
Yeah, but that's
They've
not.
already
That, I
gave you
think
a
that. I don't think
pre.
that.
Look, no, listen, you're not getting me. They give you a
Hold up,
pre-plan, a
Victor,
pre-planned. Yeah.
Victor,
What do you
My
wait,
mean?
brother, my brother, my brother.
wait.
If I could. We're not. I don't think it's infiltration. I don't think it's about fakeness. Money is just a thing of survival. If it was another time period, it would be like denarii, or it would be like food. Something we could trade with. It's not being infiltrated. It's our society is evolving. Humans evolve. Okay, so there's a day, date, and time where the idea of a woman as a soldier would have been like, what? That's retarded. But now come up here we've come up to a new age where that's a difference now. Like where a woman's role can't be defined by like, oh, pregnancy and taking care of the house. We live in a very like the internet, technology. You know what I mean? Like when I was saying transhumanism and things like that, other thing I was saying like that, those things are meant to make human beings more powerful, more. It's like there's a lot. There's not fakeness to that. There's nothing
Brother,
fake about that.
I
That's just
get that.
Hold up. All right. Hold up.
I get
When
yeah.
people talk about this transhumanism future that that gets planted around in relation to sexes, and we're looking at society again, let's look at what they're promoting in the societies that we live. Are they not promoting multiple genders, multiple,
Yes, but
fluid
real recognize
gender
real, brother. Real
sliding,
Yeah,
recognize real.
gender
but
sliding?
how are
Hold
you
on, hold
linking
up,
that
hold
in
up,
though?
hold up, everyone,
yeah.
before you jump in.
I'm trying to
Multiple
understand what you're
gender
saying.
sliding. That's why we're having the conversation of discussing, do we even know what the roles are? Is it even a thing? Because again, if we're going on the backdrop of where we're living, we're going on like it isn't a big thing now. Anyone, gal can be man, man can be gal. You can act like a woman and still be a man in some masculine way. A woman can still be feminine, but still go on with this masculine energy, and it works. This is what they're promoting. This is why we're having this conversation. So I want people to
Okay, can I
understand and weigh that up with what we're talking about
Yeah, but
as
Richie, that's what
black
I'm trying to
people
say.
as a group.
That's what I'm trying to say.
can I
Okay, so the multiple genders thing, that's political. And black people, Africans on the face of the planet, are very socially conservative. Very socially conservative. That's why we all get uncomfortable thinking about it. Okay. Secondly,
See,
the idea of a woman having mask
see,
or like what's being portrayed in TV and stuff like that. That
see, one thing for me to classify things. Remember,
oh, wait, you're breaking up, bro. 1 second.
second part. Uh, can you
yeah,
guys hear
Richie, you're
me?
in and out.
Yeah, you good now. You good now. Go ahead. Go
Am
ahead.
I right? Yeah.
No, still cutting
What
out
I'm
on
gonna say
me.
is actually, all right. As you're explaining, DC, be clear to the people what parts are illusionary. Because it's nice to say, yeah, that's social, that's political. Let's just do it on a base level. When
Mhm.
you say these concepts, be clear to and which
Okay,
ones are
so
real concepts that we have to deal with.
okay,
Uh,
so the aspect
Brad,
of
can I add one thing to that? Sorry, so you
go
can
ahead,
just
man.
maybe answer that on the end, yeah. And
Yeah.
like, what are the roles that are currently today that we're looking at men that people would feel uncomfortable with if women was to step into them? Thank you.
That's a good question. All right, so one thing that's an illusion would be the idea of the multiple genders. That was just put out by the right because it was seen that Facebook had accepted that you could put in what other gender you are. There is no scientific proof that there's multiple genders. People just simply state in a political sense to appease the LGBT community. That's an illusion. That's political. That's just to galvanize votes. Okay. Secondly, when we talk about the roles of women and things like that are being seen in television, that's just to feed into the feminist movement. That's it. Like there's no real, you're never going to be able to replace a man's masculinity or a woman's femininity, feminine nature. A man doing that, a man acting like a woman or a woman acting like a man, is an anomaly. Like the odds are, like there's always going to be the heterosexual norm is always going to be dominant in every society. Okay. Homosexuality has been prevalent throughout all history. Okay. It's just today it's now seen as a lifestyle or something that should be viewed or something that should be, set apart. Okay. This is all imaginary. Like that's like we're thinking too deep into that. The two things that should be focused when it comes to the roles of black men and women should be financial literacy, academics, real estate, and then just maintain the central family. Those things are not going to be destroyed because some liberals want to galvanize votes or they start to Netflix starts to play a role with excuse me. Netflix always puts out a gay video or something like that. That doesn't change the roles of a man and a woman. And then on top of that, a man and a woman's roles will adjust to the society that they're in. If there's a society where there's more men than women, or there's more women than men, then yeah, you'll see women filling in the gap for certain areas. I mean, it's just natural that humans adjust to their environment. It's just that simple. Like I think we were talking about like the Kingdom of Dahomey had like 5,000. There's like what 5 to 15,000 more women. So female battalions were very natural. So that's it. That was just my whole point. Was just that like we got to stop. And what was your point, E? What was the question
Hey,
you want me to ask?
can I say something?
Yeah.
I was asking if, like, with the men's roles, yeah, what we're currently seen as men's roles, what roles would you be uncomfortable with women sliding into, like that men are currently
I would
occupying
want to
now?
see women get drafted and put on the front lines. I believe women should maintain, like, if women were to join the military, I believe combatant roles that put them on the ground, like drone operators, pilots, things that would keep them away from utter harm. I wouldn't want to see a woman on the front lines unless it's a really desperate situation. Like in the rear with the rear with the gear. I kind of think that's the role that I'd be okay with. But other than that, you know, I don't
What
see.
about
I,
Sorry, what about you, Richie and George? Big up James Bond.
oh shoot, Jimbo.
All right, what was the question again?
So say now, yeah, what is currently being perceived as man's roles? Which of them roles would you be uncomfortable with a woman occupying?
Um, I- well, woman occupying. See, we going into a we going into a whole different age, a whole different is like just the family structure and the way that we know it. I'll answer it this way. In the chat room right now was a link from a 1987 article that was written by a man named Michael Swift from Fordham University. It's called "The Gay Revolutionary." If you hit that link and save that article and read that whole article and look at everything that was written in that article, then you'll see everything that's being played out today in the 2030 and 2050 plan on what they're doing and how they've been reversing the roles for the last 25 years. So I would probably be considered a dinosaur in the way that I view the male and female roles. But as long as society is going away from nature, where they're calling it technological advancements, but it's taking you away from your natural true self, where you're no longer using your intellect. They're creating machines and things to think for you, smartphones, smart everything. So, and I've been teaching on this for a long time. So it's hard for me to answer that question, E, because I can only answer it from an aspect of nature where in society we're going outside of the realm of our natural selves. We don't even remember phone numbers by heart no more. Everything is in your phone. If you lose your phone, you can't remember nothing because you don't use your natural aspect of yourself. So now they want to enhance you to be within. Man, it's I don't, you know what, Rich, I don't even feel like it today. But just hit that article, hit that article and read that by Michael Swift from 1987 and equate that to everything that you see that's happening right now. That's the only way I could explain it to you, E. But if you get a chance, just read that article. It's in
No,
the
have a
chat.
look. What about you, Richie?
Uh, just one on a basic one, like DC said, fighting on the front line. It's not really the one. You get me? If there's any sort of real fighting to be done, it's not really about putting, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to help any future planning, any sort of forward thinking. You're at risk because they're needed to continue on whatever you may achieve as a man. You know what I'm saying? Necessity in time of woman can obviously adapt and do multiple things, but ideally, there's enough situations you do not want a woman to physically be involved in based on her anatomy. And again, if you want her to and she wants to have children at some point, there's certain jobs that she just won't do. Simple. And if you have any
Yeah,
knowledge
but
of
like
if you have
that one, like, because you could just
knowledge of
switch that up though, right? Because if you say role, like, if that would just come under work, they don't necessarily need to do hard labor to earn money, right?
bruv, there's multiple jobs. There's a whole range of jobs that are hard before you get to the
Of course,
soft jobs. And there's a whole load of jobs where you got to set up infrastructure as well if it was women doing it. The same way for certain roles in the home or with, as the first teacher, like it's not that he can't do it or
You
a
breaking
man
up bad,
can't be a
Rich.
single.
Rich,
Is
you
it going
breaking
in
up,
and out?
bro. Yeah, you going in and out bad.
Okay, let me make it a bit simpler. Do you think that men or women should be head of the house?
Men. The
Is
man.
that a consensus? Anyone disagree with that?
Hey,
Why
Fair enough.
can't it be a mutual
I think it should be.
heads of the house?
no, it's not because if somebody kicked in that goddamn door and I turned around to my wife and said, "Well, shit, baby, shit, we eat. Well, you go down there and get that fucking intruder." If she's pregnant with the child, I gotta go out. What I'm saying is
And
this,
that's what he just did there.
uh,
Yeah, but then
there's different things, and we have our different roles. But at the end of the day, there has to be a leader or leadership. There has to be somebody at the end of the day that has the final word. But at the end of the day, I respect my wife enough to listen to her word to the point where we have a team and the way we operate. But she also looks to me for strength, direction, and correction. As a man, she looks to me for there's certain qualities that a woman looks into a man. Most women don't want freaking equality in a man. No, they want the man to be a man. They want to know they want security. They want to know that they're taken care of.
This may be the generational difference now, George. Though,
yeah,
like,
Red,
No,
no,
I ain't gonna lie.
you just contradicted yourself.
whatever, man.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just saying. No,
because
no,
he
no, no,
asked
no,
you
no,
what role,
no, no, no,
what
no.
role,
What
what role.
George is
Remember
saying though
the first
applies to a
question you asked.
generation. It applies to a generation because my mother's
Oh,
like that. My mother don't want. My mother wouldn't have my father upstairs like, oh, I'm equal. Let me handle. No, my
Right.
mother's like, go deal with it. But it's a
That's
generational thing.
But that's why I said I'm a dinosaur to certain people because, like I said,
Yeah.
most women want to be loved, respected, and treated right by a man. Most women don't. Listen, if women always say if we got equality, you got a man bitching and crying and moaning and going through the motions like a woman, she'll tell you to get the hell away from me with your weak ass. She want a man that can stand up and make things happen, that can move things. That so that's what I'm saying. Like, no, it just all depends. And then I don't know, man. I look at women. A woman at the end of the day wants security from a man to know that she's protected, she's taken care of, and there's certain things. And so we have different roles. I always say, in a lot of times in a relationship, there's no equality because a lot of times it's probably 80% the man, 20% the woman. The man is the man because the man has that responsibility to cater to so many things to that family. So I mean, unless he's just some bum dude living off his woman, where a lot of these dudes are today.
Yeah, there's a lot of the PS4 lovers.
Yeah, what about the woman? But if he a man, it ain't equal.
Yeah, they
Hell
call
no.
homosexuals. That's what
Yeah,
they call
but
now,
we
homosexuals.
no, we know that. We know that.
I call them man boys,
Hello?
man babies. There's a lot of man
Hold
babies
up,
out
hold up,
here.
hold up,
Yeah,
hold
but
up,
when the
hold
questions
up.
was
The
asked,
sister,
you never
hold up,
gave
Vic.
a
Hold up, Vic. Hold up, Vic. You can come in afterwards. The sister was gonna say something earlier. Where you at,
Okay, my
Cotton?
bad, I cut off.
Yeah. Say
I was gonna
Cotton.
say, like, when you said, like, yeah, I said, you know, when you said that say an intruder came in the house, like, who's gonna protect you? Like, obviously it's gonna be the man. Like, say the man runs downstairs and like the shooter kills him, then who's gonna protect the children? It's gonna be the woman.
Yeah, but I'm the
You know?
first line of defense.
Yeah,
The man
but
should be the first line of defense. There's no
yeah,
equality
but
in
then
that.
she might have grabbed something and then ended up killing the person, and then she saved the children. So
Yeah,
that's why it has to be a mutual thing.
no, that's not mutual. That don't even make sense. If
Because they
Yo, Richie, you're not gonna say something about what ifs?
that's not mutual. No, if I'm
capable of the person.
watch
They're
this,
both
guy.
capable of defending the house.
No, if I'm standing at the doorstep of the home as the man, as the first line of defense, then I'm in a leadership position. If I go down as my helpmate, yeah, you have to come up to protect the children. But the first line of defense is me. Before they can even get to you, they got to neutralize me. So no, that's not equality.
I just don't understand why you just because of that why you have to put yourself above the woman.
Because we have those roles in every aspect. That's what a man's supposed to do in every aspect.
So what about for the things we do? So
for the things that you do, this is what I'm trying to tell you. There's equality in what we bring to the table, but there's always leadership, and the man is the head of the house. He's the leader. The family looks to the man. Now, as far as you having babies and sustaining the home, like I give you an example, a man should already have a home before he can take you. We live in a society now where women are taking care of men.
That's patriarchal, bruv. That's patriarchal, bruv.
Man,
You got it wrong. Is the woman is the head of the house? Yeah, you're getting it all wrong, bruv. In African tradition,
here's a better way to explain it. Here's an easy way to explain
is
it.
the woman. Listen, you're getting it all wrong, bruv.
Go ahead.
Try to take a quicker way to explain it. This is a better way to explain it. Take Greek yogurt. Okay,
Oh,
you have the yogurt and then you have the fruit. Okay, the fruit spreads, but you still need. It's the majority of it is the yogurt. Okay, and the man is the yogurt. The woman's the fruit. Okay, you get what I'm saying?
No.
I understand what you're trying to say.
but the man comes from the woman, so that doesn't even make
That don't
sense.
mean. Listen, the woman gives birth to her protector and king.
Pardon?
The woman gives birth to her protector and king, and like I said, the man puts the child in the woman.
Right. If that's the case, if that's the case, you was asked a question, yeah, but you never gave an answer. Why was that? Hey, my brother, ask him that question again with the roles of the woman.
I'm not answering nothing for you, Victor.
No. You was asked the question because what you're talking about. You said the man is the head of the house, right?
I'm not debating.
No. Before that, before that, you was asked the question, a very specific question. You was asked.
It's not that hard. What the hell?
You never gave it.
Listen,
stop. No, you see what you just done there? Yeah. You was asked if a woman was to get a man's role, what role would you be uncomfortable with? You couldn't think of any.
What do you mean?
You could not think of any. No. Yes, exactly. But when it came to protecting, you said it's the man's job. Do you get it?
No, I know what I said, but see, again, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because you keep watching American YouTube and trying to debate every damn thing. Stop doing the shit we do. Stay in your lane, man.
No, brother.
Yo, James,
you got it twisted.
Yeah, man. You don't know what we doing over here in America, man.
Like
to
to me,
stick
anyway.
to your fish and chips, my brother.
The reason why I asked that question,
brother.
right?
Nah, you good, man. You good.
Yeah.
Because we talk a lot about this whole gender roles thing, right? But really and truly, there's not many besides this safety aspect, like let's be the human shield for the sisters and that. There's not many roles that guys could actually say that they have an issue publicly anyway with the sisters doing instead of the guys.
I only say fighting on the front line, a woman should not be doing that. Like I personally, because I think to rebuild a nation, you still need a woman. Like a woman can have sex with 1,000 guys and only get pregnant once. A guy can have sex with 1,000 women and at least get 500 pregnant.
That's my line. I always said that. Hey, but
I never want women to be on the front line.
But let me break something down, because see, this is what I'm saying. Where I'm saying the brother is using the Black American, Black YouTube argue every fucking point shit instead of adding on. I specifically said for didn't I say, I said I'm a dinosaur in a way I think to young people. He heard me say it, but he wanted to debate every damn thing. So the way the younger people are thinking is different, and then the young brother interjected and said, "Yes, my mom thinks that way." So I'm giving my assessment based off of my experiences. The younger generation is a little different. He heard me say that. But this is what I'm talking about. Instead of adding on, you want to debate every goddamn thing.
I'm not debating. I'm telling you the truth. It's the woman who runs the house. It's not the man. Okay. It's not African for a man to run the house. You're talking from the Western perspective, my brother. I'm an African. I have a family. And I'm telling you, I'm not debating you. I am not debating you, my brother.
I said that a man, and I also said when I first came, a man builds and controls societies. The woman facilitates and controls the home. I'll give you an example.
Bravo.
Hold on.
Patriarchy.
Don't cut me off. God damn, Richie, mute the nigga, Mike. God, let me finish. When we was growing up, you can walk in the house and something as simple as this: Dad, can I get some cookies? Did you ask your mother? Because Dad, for the most part, was at work, making money to pay the bills, to take care and protect the home. Mom ran everything on the inside. If the child got out of line and mom had to tell dad, dad came and whooped ass. So I agree with that. But the man still was the head. The woman ran and facilitated what the man built. That's all I'm saying. It's always been like that. I don't disagree with that. The dad was the enforcer. He was protection, direction, and correction. Mom was the one that facilitated most of the things. If mom had to call dad, dad fucked you up. And but dad made sure
moms are usually the enforcers as well, though, because they used to beat.
Only if dad isn't there. Only if dad wasn't there.
Yeah, and mostly he wasn't, because like you said, he was working.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when dad came home, if you did something that was egregious that mom had to tell dad, dad enforced law. Dad enforced the rules.
Yeah, so it'd be a second beating for them.
Yeah, but what I'm saying was, but he was correction. He enforced the rules. And he was the protector of the home. Mom was the facilitator within the home. And that's what I said. Dad, can I get some juice? Did you ask your mom? Dad, can I go up the street? Ask your mom. But at the end of the day, if mom and dad had a disagreement, dad still had the last say so, as long as he was on righteous ground. Dad had the last say so. That's all I'm saying. Now, we may be going into a new era with that, but that's where we come from.
Like, I suppose it was easier before, right? Because dad had all the control. Dad had all the money, and like he controlled all the options, right? So it's like, yeah, you better listen to me, or what are you gonna do? Like, you know.
No, I believe. I'm in America. I'm in America. When we had that structure, we had intact families, and every right that we got in America came from intact structure with the man and woman at the home, at the father at the head. Everything that we ever got in this country. Once that was obliterated, you get what you get today.
Fair enough. If that's what you think the main cause of it is.
Sister,
like,
what do you think of what he's saying? And James, you being quiet over there. I want to hear from you as well. Mr. Riggs as well, you being quiet as well. Come back in and I want to hear from you. But sister, what do you think of what you're hearing so far?
But I agree with him to like a certain extent. Like, but I feel like it should be a balance. I don't think it should be this person's on top of any person, because it just seems like it's like a competition, and it doesn't need to be like that, because they both need each other to have a successful family.
It shouldn't be competition if we know our roles and we're subordinate to each other. But the woman knows that we have equality, but that at the end of the day, my husband, who actually is submissive to his family, to die to his family, she's submissive to him as the head. That's all. For a man to even have a family and to raise it, he has to die to himself and live through his family. So because of that, he earns the submissiveness of his woman.
What is that case closer?
Like for me personally, and like I've the whole submissive part of it, right? Like that one is a bit like I'm always like,
Hold on,
like
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. He
There's
didn't just
levels
say
to that.
no, definitely. But I want people to hear that everything he said, because he didn't just say one word. He said a sentence that explained the context in which he used the word. He
of
was
course,
very clear about saying, listen, that man has to die in himself, meaning he has to surrender himself, that his purpose is the wife and family. So again, everything he's doing is for them to then say in return, you know, because I see that you're entirely devoted to this situation, I'm trusting your leadership. You see where it kind of takes away from maybe where you guys are about to jump into when you're hearing the submissive talk.
Yeah,
no,
but let me tell you something. Yeah, you see that system he's talking about. Yeah, we get it. When you get with someone that you love and you make a contract with them, yeah, a contract, yeah, which becomes a purpose because you're working together. Yeah, automatically it comes with a patriarchal setting where the mum becomes the head of the house. For instance, if the woman's working as well, yeah, but part time, she doesn't get less in this modern world. Yeah, imagine she get a promotion. Now she earns more than the man, right? She knows she ain't bragging about it, but she gets more money. But the guy is still feeling that he's the man of the house. Now, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna use the woman's money to make himself feel like he's the man of the house, or is he gonna have his own money without no issues? You see that? That creates a schism in that patriarchal setup automatically. So now you're caught. You see that? They've messed you up. This is what I'm saying to that brother. Yeah, that is the woman that run the thing. You as a man, yeah, just be honest with good intentions. The problem is women don't know their role. Yeah, because they've been sold fantasy, but still yearn for what that is, us men. So we have to understand the woman is not our purpose. Our purpose is to be honest, yeah, with good intentions.
Hold on, Vic. You
You
said something
understand?
interesting. You said
Right.
something just there. Let me ask you a question quickly. When you're saying the woman don't know her role, are you saying that's why we're in our problems today? Because more women don't know their role as a natural black woman, as opposed to black men knowing their role as men. Is that what you're saying?
when you
Right.
say our problems
That's the
today,
whole
what do you mean?
that's the whole point of it, mate. Yeah. We live in a patriarchal, yeah, paradigm. They've bought into it. Most of the women have bought into it. So what I'm saying is now it's not important to actually scrutinize them. All it is, find yourself. Once you link up with that girl that you love, naturally what you yearn for will be there in a contract. Yeah. But you have to understand the world we live in the sense that you have to understand your role. Once you make children, your responsibility as a woman must be applied. And as a man, your responsibility must be applied as a man. If the woman gets more money than you, it's not a problem, brother. Yeah? Don't let your ego rule you thinking that is the man's house. No. Understand,
I
yeah,
agree with
that
that.
you
I
are
agree with that.
you, but have
I agree with that.
that's what I'm
I
saying
agree.
to you. That's what I'm trying to come up with you. Yeah.
No, I agree with that. But
Yeah. So there's no like
let me add on to what you're saying real quick, not to cut you off, because I agree with that. That's this is what I'm saying to you. That's still different in a marriage where we understand our roles as man and woman. Because I give you an example. If I'm making a lot of money or my wife is making a lot of money, that don't mean that she reigns supreme over me. I'm still the man in the house. But me being the man in the house don't mean that I treat my woman bad. We just understands our roles. That's it. That's it.
What makes
If
you
you're man of
feel
the
like
house
the
here,
man
you're
of the
supposed to
house?
be in that house more time than her.
No, what are you talking? No, that's not what that means, Vic. What the hell? That's not what the hell.
And you see what I'm saying? Yeah, you
No, you
get
didn't
no,
make
but
that
you get
up.
what I'm saying though, innit? Yeah,
No,
it's your house. You're
no,
supposed to be there more time than her.
no.
Do you get it?
What I'm
It's
saying,
an analogy I'm
no.
using, brother.
Yeah, but even if you go to Africa, right? Even if you go to Africa, right?
I don't think it means like that. I mean, he means like who's got authority, right? The overall say.
Huh?
You're talking about authority, right? Like who's got the overall say, not like who's in the
Yeah,
house
the
the
overall
most.
say, but that's something, because even in African cosmology, that's something that's earned by the man within the society. Like I said, a man don't just come out and just get freaking full autonomy or authority unless you just live in societies where we just suppress our women. But a man is raised, when a man is raised up through a rite of passage and he's walking in his manhood, he does have that authority. That the woman still runs the household, but the man has the authority over the home and the family. That has nothing
You
to
just gotta be
do.
a stand-up guy.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with oppressing your woman. See, we got to get out of this Western way of thinking. Like, no, that has nothing to do.
Yeah,
A man has authority over his
But
family. The
George,
seed that he puts in that woman and the family he create. A man standing on righteous ground having authority over his woman is to me is a godly thing, because in order for him to do that, he would in that purpose, not a single man, but once the man has that family and that purpose, he actually has to die to a lot of the worldly things, and everything he has to do has to be for the legacy of that family. So he has to have authority.
but George, yeah, say like what you're saying there. Say a woman wanted to step into that, like say like all of the qualities that you're saying that the man is able to exhibit in this situation, right? Like say the woman is able to display that. Would you then be okay for her to be the authority figure?
It depends on the situation. Nothing's ever 100%. You may have situations like that. But what I'm saying is,
Not in my life, but yeah, I feel what you're saying.
no. But this is what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you, right? Me as an African American, right? If we don't pontificate with all this bull crap, right? If I break down African American culture, everything that we had, every struggle and every right that we got today, even when other black immigrants come to America to benefit, came from the breakdown, came from the togetherness of the man and woman together in the family with the man at the head. That's how we got it. Everything is falling to shit now because of the destruction of that. And what Vic is saying, these women are raising babies alone because for a lot of different reasons, the man is not there. Everything that we got that built us into our greatness came from a man, woman, and child together with the man at the head, not the man abusing his woman. We walked a long, great walk and we had roles. But the man stood at the doorstep of the community. Before you could even get to my woman and children, you got to come through me. We understood our roles. We understood who we were. So I don't deviate from that.
But like an argument could be, yeah, like women could then say to the men, right? Look, that's how it was, right? And look how it is now. So you lot failed.
No, I'm gonna tell you. But see, this is what I'm saying to you. We can't say that. You know why? I'm gonna explain that to you. Because this is the thing. My grandparents in America and great grandparents and parents pushed us as far as they can get us to. It's our job to shape and mold the society the way we want to shape it. Today, we got more black women with degrees, black men graduating from colleges. We got judges, CEOs. We got everything because of the fight and struggle of our fucking parents and grandparents.
Judge, I can't understand you. You're talking Greek right now.
You gotta listen. Don't listen to respond. Listen to me. Open your ears and listen to me. I'm answering the question.
I can do both at the same time. Just letting you know.
Hold up. But then let me finish. Listen to what I'm saying because I'm answering your question very easy. They can't say we failed because the reason why they can't, we're here. And when you look at society, black women got degrees. Black women are able to achieve. Black men are achieving. We don't have more black men in jail than college. We got black men graduating from colleges, working in the middle class here in America. We did everything right. The problem that we have is now we forgot that how they achieved that was through the family and understanding the role. We think we can do it as individuals now. That's why it's not working.
Yeah, but say before, right? That's not how we was trying to do it. So those people that are moving as individuals, came from these households that you're talking about.
No, again, like I said, where you from, bro?
Like London, if you want to say
I'm
like
speaking.
where I grew up.
What I'm saying is, I'm speaking from an African American's perspective in our civil rights journey and our Black Power journey. No, all our rights and our struggle came. Our families didn't get break up until about 1970. We had intact families, then 80% until the heroin holocaust.
I'm aware of that. Your history is quite well known. Go to James.
Yes, so that's all I'm saying. I'm not going to deviate from the history, the facts of everything that we got. We're trying to recreate something by not doing the very things that they did to achieve the greatness.
Hold on, let me answer a question.
What greatness?
Even if you didn't have a family, even if you had a
hold on, people. Let me answer this question to the panel.
Black America has never been great in America.
Hold up, E, 1 second. I want to ask this question to you and to everybody, yeah? Just so I'm clear, because I'm hearing some mixed messages here from you, E, especially. Do you think the family, your family surroundings, has a direct impact on how you view yourself as a man or how you view yourself as a woman?
Like when you say my family, you mean like my household or like my actual family?
Where you came from, your family. We're talking because you just said something about, people coming from those certain households are now the people of today who are the individualists and all sorts. So I'm asking you, is there correlation between the household you come out of to you maybe not understanding your role as a man or woman?
I understand my role totally, so I don't really like where you went with that. But secondly, yeah, I definitely feel like my upbringing influenced some of the things that I do, some of the things that I do carry on to do, and some of the things that I no longer do.
So it governs your all as far as you self-identifying.
No, it's all data, right? So like I use what works and I drop what don't.
Regardless, it's again, whether listen to what you're saying, whether it's positive or negative, whether it's an affirmation of what to do or not to do, that is still your information that you're driving yourself off of.
No. It's a
When
source. It's a
you're
source.
now talking about who you are as a man, or when we're having this group discussion about roles of a man, that has
I
an effect
disagree.
on your opinion, does it not?
Okay, now, so when you say effect and it being the source, it's different things, right? So, like some of the things I didn't learn that I should be doing better until I started seeing outside of the family. Do you see what I'm saying? And then some of the things I saw, right, like my family does that better. I need to not roll like that. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's all experience. Me personally, like I'm always open to information. Like I spoke to you the other day. Like I don't need to be right in this very moment, innit? Like I'm willing to change to be right. And like, yeah, that traditionalism, like Terry was talking about earlier, only works if you're coming from the top level blueprint. If not, then you always got to be looking to improve. So you can't just follow what you've been taught.
Listen, the rest of the panel can answer the question as
Well,
I asked, yeah? If you understood the question.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Wait. Are you trying to indirect me or something? Like I didn't
No,
understand the question.
I listen, I asked the panel, I
He
asked
asked the
everybody.
panel question. I'm embarrassed.
So
Okay,
you've answered. I want
okay.
everyone else's opinion, brother. What?
The way you framed that question, it made man think that it was an indirect or something. Like,
No,
yeah,
man.
like okay.
Hey, you said that last time we was on, man. Ain't nobody trying to diss you, man.
Bro,
But I'm just making sure, innit? I kill a monster when it's small.
Hey,
no,
Rich,
there's certain times we gotta hear everyone's opinion in order for us to move the conversation on, innit?
hey, you know what's
It's just gonna get stuck up.
You know what's funny, Richie? We talk about on the phone when I talk about this family thing and how family structures. Let's just take black people out of it for a minute. Let's just deal with all races around the world. Families is what built nations. It's what built towns, cities, countries. nation states and all these different things, right? Corporations was able to make money based off of families. Industrialization societies, now they're going into the digital technological ages where they don't need the families. So when I use the term families got human beings, the structure and everything that they got, they're pushing us into a new paradigm that's basically anti-family. So now we're going to see new talking points and new ways of thinking. That's why I said I become a dinosaur, because the way that I see my ancestors and the way that I did things, the new generation is not being conditioned to view the world that way. They're viewing it through a digital lens, where everything is the individual and not from a family industrialized, needing families to work factories, to work in a cubicle for 8 hours. You can work from home now. Everything is just different. It's a different world we're living in. So I think what happens is we had these type of clashes and conversations because one of the brothers said, I think it was brother 925 said, when I talked about the heavy lifting and all the stuff, well, they create these new technological advancements where some of the stuff that we used to do, we're not going to need anymore when women can do some of the different things. So our way of thinking, Richie, and the way we came up in the world we knew is dying off, and they creating this whole different type of world where a whole lot of things that wasn't accepted in our world is accepted in this world. And I think that's the real conversation.
Yeah, you have to evolve. Yeah, you have to evolve though. Yeah, making.
I get all that, but I'm doing this distinction where we can understand the different worlds before we even get to the evolving part. I'm just saying this is what's happening. That's all I'm saying.
No, we have to evolve for the sake for the next generation before after us.
I mean, listen, if we're going to be here, listen what I'm saying. See, this is what I've said where you listen to respond. If we're going to be here as a species, we're going to evolve. Listen to what I'm saying.
Children.
Hold on,
your
bro.
children is in that world. See, the world you're talking about, your children are in it.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to me, bro. If we're going to be here, I get that part. We know that. All I'm saying is I'm bringing it up so that way we can understand and have clarity when I'm talking to young people. The world I grew up in is different from yours. So now we understand that we know we're going to have to evolve. If I don't evolve, I die. So that's common sense. We know that. I got grandchildren that when I'm not here, they're going to be here. So of course they're going to have to evolve. We know that. I'm just saying.
If I may,
I'm
we
just
can
saying,
honestly look at this world today.
That the world was different. That's all I'm saying, as opposed to their world.
But with the technological advancement and things like people working from home now and things like that, if anything, they find that these things they promote more like working from home. A lot of the corporate businesses have said that tall buildings and things like that are useless now because people are just as proficient working at home.
No, it's natural women, man. Natural women. That's what we have to talk about. Natural women.
Natural women. What do you mean? Because
there's a lot of fakes out there. Yeah.
But what do you mean by natural women? To what I was saying.
No, when we talk, what I'm saying to you is, how George is thinking, he has to evolve his thinking because his children lives in a world that we don't have natural women anymore. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So that
plenty of natural women.
No, not just natural women alone.
But you talking about a few women that get plastic surgery? Like, what do you mean by natural women?
And you heard about this transhumanism thing.
I think he means gender roles. But hey, can someone in the most as concisely as is humanly possible or transhumanly possible? Can someone tell me what you're not actually arguing about, or is there no argument? You're just shooting the shit.
I think I'm the only one
here
that can give you that concise thing.
The roles of the woman.
Please,
changed. As the role of the woman changed? That's the question.
Yeah. Well, so basically,
that's what we've been discussing this whole time. Is the woman's role?
We spoke about the difference.
Yeah.
That also,
the role of the woman changed.
What's a man's purpose? Is the man's purpose his family, or is a purpose something that is broader than the family? There's been some kind of transhumanism, like the future, the world is moving to individualism kind of talk as well. Yeah, that was basically it.
But transhumanism is not a bad thing. I want people to understand it. It's not a bad thing. Like they're trying to make artificial limbs so that people who are amputees can use their arms. I mean, being able to download like massive
what will
levels of
be next?
knowledge.
Hold up,
Then what
the
will be?
sister's
You know what
talking.
will be coming next, and you know what they're doing. You know the robots they're creating for
Sex
people to
robots.
do.
No
Yeah,
one's
but
going.
what,
Sex
but,
robots are
but
going to be like sex dolls.
if
No
you
one's going to
understand,
And then they're going to say, then the robots are going to be the ones in the jobs while we're at home, and they're going to
that's
be doing
already
the job.
happening. That's already happening.
Yeah,
But
we
why
think
wouldn't you
automation
want that
is.
though?
It's even
Why
worse
would
when
you
you
want to go
have
to
fake
Why
humans
would you want to
staring.
go to work
For
when the
menial
robot
tasks.
can
I'm
do the
sorry.
work?
I'm sorry. Can I just be real?
Sometimes
I
work
work in an
for
industry. I work in
people.
an industry where it causes people.
Provider
Okay.
service and living.
But you
If
know
I
what?
could
Hold on,
replace,
wait, hold on.
if I could replace,
Hold on, one
if I
second.
could replace half of my employee staff with the new agricultural robots that Microsoft makes, I would do in a heartbeat.
But Brad,
One guy having over 100 drones. Oh my
Brad,
goodness, I
one
would
second,
save thousands.
one second. Like,
That's just business.
so from what I can tell, me, you, and E don't necessarily have an issue with it. There may be an issue that's presented. I know Cotton has it.
James, listen. First and foremost, welcome. Yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing your voice. But this is what this is what we're gonna ask you to your new, yeah. So we're clear.
Yeah.
Again, the roles of men and women.
Yeah.
Have they changed in your opinion? Are there any hard, fast rules to the archetype of what you consider a man and a woman that don't change over time? Are there subsets, and I'm going to say these subsets because I know you can take it in. Are there subsets of conversation, whether it be feminism or I can't remember the one that DC brought up earlier, that men, the opposing one.
Oh, men going their own way.
Yeah, like are these terminologies just subsets that are set there to just cause conversation and confusion? That's the question that I want to hear you answer. Because the transhumanism is a sidebar, long thing to come along afterwards. That's the main subject. So let me hear what you got to say on that one first.
Well, yeah. Have the archetypes changed? Of course. I think that goes without saying. What's caused it? I think I can sort of elide the last 2 points or 2 portions of the question. I'd say like you could say it's a red herring, right? It's there to cause confusion or to distract you from what's really, some nefarious conspiracy. Or you could say that the more one puts emphasis on reason, the more one will come to the conclusion that women shouldn't be precluded from certain industries or certain roles within society. I think both have merits, like in the sense that sometimes they overplay the feminism, right? Sometimes they overplay the agendas, the power dynamics, the discussions about power dynamics, so on and so forth. There's some default principles, like this PC gone mad world, yeah. A compliment is objectification, so on and so forth. But then at the same time, there is some things which truly is like within reason. Like I was listening to a discussion you were having earlier. Cotton was making a point about if a woman's going to defend the household, but what if you meet the most beautiful woman in the world? You get on with her, great. She doesn't mind being a housewife, so on and so forth. But she's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. If you're not a black belt in jiu-jitsu, does it make sense for you to go downstairs or for her to go downstairs? Like I think sometimes you can just be being ignorant and immature by not accepting that, listen, society has developed to a point now where women aren't discriminated against, so much so that, it makes, there's like, if there's a reason for a woman to occupy a role and she's superior to you in that role, then just the fact that she's a woman shouldn't be the thing that precludes her from entering that role. Do you know what I mean? Society has moved. And just remember, like, we have to remember, guys, there was a period where science or the in quotes natural laws dictate, or the dictates of those laws, but that black people shouldn't be doing some things, right? And we know now, using reason, using logic, right, that it was incorrect, and there was actually no reasoning behind why they did that other than their own fear and their own ignorance, the people that instituted these laws. So yeah, man, I hope that answers it.
Do you think men and women are equal then in the full sense? Do you think there's any form of they're not equal?
Hold on, say that one more time, brother.
Are men and women equal in the full sense then? There's nothing that separates us.
Of course not. Of course not. There's many things. There's biology that separates us, isn't it? Like clearly, there's an XX and XY chromosome that's should women be afforded equal opportunity? I think to a degree. I think if there's nothing that's specifically what's the word?
Well, let's talk about that degree. You just said to a degree. So what's the degree in your head? Because DC was E was asking earlier, are there any roles that you would not want to see a woman doing?
But that's what I'm saying. So equal opportunity, I agree with. So, and the degree that I'm talking about is like, maybe I said that wrong when I said to a degree. Equal opportunity, I think, should extend to all women. I don't see why not. Like, short of making a vaccine available to a pregnant woman, even though it's likely to cause harm to the baby, right? Anything within reason that doesn't cause harm specifically to women, I think women should be allowed to do it. So, for instance, if a woman wants to join the military, why not? Like, there's many women that can fire a gun better than I can fire a gun in my life. There's women that fire
Let me
guns.
put this way. Why should I mute?
What about football commentary though?
Yeah.
You're such a bastard.
Yeah, let me.
But that's preference, though. Like, no, I don't want women anywhere near football, innit? But that's just my preference, isn't it?
What if a woman is better at football than men? You just
But there are women.
XX and YX. You said something very interesting.
There are women that are better at football than me. That's why I don't have the right to say they can't do this, they can't do anything. I'm just saying I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like
XX, yeah.
But
XX.
if a girl wanted to virtue
you're
and
so
football, would you do it?
uncomfortable with your sex. You're so uncomfortable with your masculinity that a woman playing like I've seen girls that can like be slightly good at lacrosse, but the moment you truck them, they're back to saying, "Oh, I'm a girl."
Hold up. The sister wanted to say something. Sorry, go on, Cotton.
So, James, would you have like a serious match of football with a girls' team? If they wanted to face you?
What do you mean?
If they wanted to face you, like they had a bet, like, yeah, we want to face you and your guys in football, would you do it?
Listen, I play basketball, innit? Like, anyone that plays basketball in the UK, you know that there is virtually always some crazy girl at a park somewhere that's like either she's there because she's really tall, or she's like a super tomboy and just wants the ball. Like,
So I guess women can play American football with the men now. I guess. Oh, okay.
They are.
Right. I guess so, huh?
Hold on, you're not being serious. Hold on. There's a difference between women should be allowed to play football.
No, I agree with that. I'm just saying, just because they allow women, they should do it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that is the within reason. Is it physically dangerous, more dangerous on average?
Yeah, she should have the right. Yeah, she should definitely have the right, but that don't mean that she should act.
No, but like in tennis, women, they play like mixed doubles and stuff, right? Like, they don't seem to see anything. And remember as well, these are private. A lot of these leagues and stuff, they're private, right? So it's the product that you're putting out there. So if you want to put out, if you want to see a woman, like they were going to have a fight with I don't know if anyone watches UFC, but Henry Cejudo versus Amanda Nunes, right? He's the 135 champion, she was the 145 champion. He wanted to have the fight, and Amanda wanted to have the fight, right? Dana said, "I'm not going to do it. I'll never do it."
Killed her, man.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't care. The point is,
no, I care.
No, but the promoter said, "I'm not going to do that," and he
has sense. He saved that woman from herself.
But if he had decided to do that, or if he was a she and she had decided to do that, i.e., she was the promoter, I don't know why. I have personal like preferences, but I don't have an issue with that. I reckon everyone should be afforded. I agree with that.
I agree they should be doing it. If it's professional, I don't think they should be doing it. Like, if it's just like, friends doing it, it's fine.
Thank you.
And it's just about equal opportunities, as long as they can play football amongst each other or whatever. The women and the men.
Melanie, the guy
to me, I don't mind the playing. It's more the commentary still.
Yeah, I don't think, because even in tennis, the way a man's the power in which the man serves the ball is totally different from a woman's.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, like we're not. Listen, I didn't design male and female bodies. Something else did that. I didn't do it. So and then I just look at us like we know
evolution.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but there is rules, like be it testosterone production, be it just weight categories and fights. there is
Oh,
like
intensity.
sport is meant to be played in fairness, right? Like there's meant to be a level of there's meant to be a level of sort of fairness.
No, we get you, bro.
Hold on, but can I ask you a question?
Right.
Do you
Yeah.
give a shit if women commentate like tennis or if they commentate fucking the NHL or something, or like ice
That's
hockey?
No, do you know what? Yeah,
No, but
it's
listen,
not.
right? Hold on, let me answer the
It's
question.
not. It's,
Go ahead,
but
go
the
ahead.
question's to me though.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Jay.
like it's not just women, right? Like there's very dead guys in it, like David Platt and all these guys in it. But it's most of the women, like they have them. You don't know them, innit? So one, you know, when you're seeing certain players and they're talking, it's like, okay, my man's done this, that, that. So you like it's relatable. And
Yeah, they have
then
to come up in it.
he's got that higher level insight. Like
Yeah,
I'm saying, what separates a Gary Neville from
yeah.
Graham Lasson.
Can I ask a wild question? A wild question, but in today's time, it might not be as crazy as we think. And I ain't being funny. I'm just being 100% real, bro. Some of these women's sports today, with all the shit that's going on, and I ain't got to say because I know the platform, but are some of these people even women?
Oh my God!
Are they even women, or are they trans?
No. That's only happening on a collegiate. That's only happening on a D3 level and and a JUCO level. You're never going to see a D1 team. You're never going to see like UConn, Kentucky, Duke.
How will we know if it's a secret? How will we know?
No, they're going to make a big deal about it. They're going to make a big deal about it. Are you kidding me?
We don't. Hey, you be surprised, man.
No, they're going to make a big deal about that. No, because I was talking to my boy and he was like, hey, yo, there's like this dude trying to play girls lacrosse at my school and he plays for Loyola. I was like, that's not happening. He's not going to make the team. And he didn't make the team.
Well, in America, here in the States, in some states, like they had an issue, I think in Colorado, where transsexual couldn't wrestle with the guys, so he went to wrestle with the girls, and he broke the girl jawbone or something.
Hold on. Look at the UFC, and you're Joe Biden now with his deputy health minister. That's the transgender.
Yeah, but the transgender health minister only got that because she was very responsible and instrumental in maintaining low COVID numbers. So in the midst of a pandemic, she's very useful.
DC, what you just said there was classified as part of a mind illusion. That was a mind fuck answer right there.
Like that community is well connected, and I ain't trying to lose not one dime out of my pocket. So you're
killing it with that answer, DC.
Okay, gracious.
You're killing it. That was an illusionary answer right there.
That was a political answer. That was like,
DC,
hello.
DC, you know they're allowing these transgender to now play women's sports in certain states.
But it's okay on a high school level. Yeah, in some areas they find it, but that's if the school board in the area allows it. We all know that federal law does not impact state law.
It's going to be in the Olympics soon. You stay there. Watch by the next Olympics, we're going to see some fuckery running around.
You understand? You know why that will never happen? Is because they're talking about moving the trans women on the Olympic level to the Paralympics.
Man, you won't have chicks with dicks running up and down the WNBA. I'm trying to tell you, bro. It's coming, man. It's coming.
That's it. It is coming. Everything that you're seeing right now. Listen, hold on. Remember, look, this is where.
Hey, can I jump in?
DC, this is where you gotta keep it real, yeah. When you look at society and you look at the amount of classifications they have now for genders, that you can legally put on your forms and all sorts, they're not showing you they're slowing down. They're speeding up with this androgynous.
But hold on, can I just say one thing really quickly, yeah? Like when it comes to the WNBA, I can't remember what the odds are. I used to know it when I was young. But like there's like at every single level, so at high school, at college, at whatever, every single level, right? The odds or the probability of you getting into elite competition or getting into like to becoming one of the elite sort of competitors in the world is very slim, right? So if you're someone that has a whatever level of confusion about your gender or whatever it is, right, specific category you fit into, like if you're somebody that's made it all the way there, I believe there is an obligation for the leagues, who like whatever leagues there are, to fit you, to situate you correctly. Now, whether that's you playing with women because that is your level.
Even if you a man, but you want to be a woman.
No, what I'm saying is, if there was a woman,
stop it,
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. If there was a man who had a pair of fucking, had a pair of titties, and he was the best, he was LeBron James, he's better than LeBron James, right? I mean, I personally wouldn't want to see him, right? But I feel like the owners of the league should be.
I don't know, James. You might want to see him in some shorts, James, running up and down the court, James.
You're not too bad.
But hey, James, though.
I'm a little bit curious. I would want to see it. Now that I just said that, I probably would want to see it. Yeah.
You want Harry men in cleats?
But
Yeah,
what,
but understand,
James,
there's rules to this though. Women that trans women that play sport, trans women that play sports, that plays female sports, have to be on hormones for at least 2 to 3 years. So that means that the testosterone levels that they would naturally put forth as a man has to be subdued to such a level that can match that of a woman.
Exactly.
There's like such a muscle loss they have to go through. You're not going to get like a Brock Lesnar coming out hopping in the women's league 3 weeks to put on a training ground.
But you could do.
Know that though, DC. They've been doing this science and technology. Watch this, DC. We talk about this level of transhumanism that they bringing forth now. They already had that technology 30 years ago. They just let you know.
But bro,
they've been doing this shit.
You missed my point. Like what my point is it doesn't necessarily have to be woman as a man that was formerly a woman now is. I'm just saying that. Listen, if somebody qualifies, I don't know what the criteria are. But if somebody qualifies and they are at that elite level, right? I feel like they should have the opportunity to display their talents. Reason being, and I'm not comparing black people to trans people. But I'm saying there was periods in time where it was demonstrated that the authority in a particular industry had the erroneous belief that a certain skin color.
You just compared us.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, further than I am.
One thing I just want to say, I just looked at the definition of this. I looked at the definition for transhumanism. Okay, a transhuman is being resembled as a human in most respects, but who has powers and abilities beyond those of standard humans. How in God's great name is that wrong?
Like, listen. Hold on. This is where you gotta keep it real. Every time you look at the future of transhumanism, every time you see them give a visualization to what you just read there, it's always set in a very androgynous, and I hope everybody understands what that means when I say it. Yeah, form, meaning that they're always forever promoting the non-use of seeing a form that is specific to male or female. They want to play with your
I don't agree with that.
That's what they do.
Qualification. Hello, I want to say this real quick. My name is DC Brad. I want to keep my dick, but also want to be able to jump off a building and live.
But hold on. All jokes aside, though, yeah. But you do realize, Richie, like that's just that's a connotation of like, right? So that's what you feel about it. And fair enough.
No.
That's not transhumanism.
No, this is what backs it up, James. This is what backs it up, and this is what I've already said. Again, in real life terms, so we're talking about something that's an idea that's forming out, so to speak. Yeah.
No, what does that mean?
Let's go to real life connotations of what people are identifying as. Yeah. And as I said, in real life, there's already over 10 different genders.
That's not transhumanism.
Hold up, for you to identify. So the idea of this fluid motion of you not really identifying as a man and you not really identifying as a woman and you coming up with these other forms is already a live concept. Hold up, let me land. This is already a live concept in reality. So when they're showing you a futuristic setting where now the people that are in this future who have these augmentations that make them have powers, more intelligent, fly, whatever it is, but they always seem to be set in this form of androgynousness. You can see it matching up with
Okay,
this
can I,
reality that they're creating in
But
society.
what about Iron Man?
E, I
What
beg
about
you.
Iron Man?
I beg you. I beg
Like,
you.
no, because
Money, one second. I beg you because I wanted to cut him off fair times there and stop me every single time.
yeah.
When you finish, I'm gonna smash this whole
No,
thing.
let you go. No, let you go. Hold on. Let you go after me.
He is
Go ahead,
funny.
Jay.
Hold up, George. James, then E, then you come in,
Thank you,
George.
Richie.
Yeah, I'll bring it right home.
All right. This is a rhetorical question, Richie. Yes, you don't have to answer it. If you feel like just throwing in a quick answer, though, I'll be happy to stop and start again. Yeah, but are you above being ignorant on something, and are you above being wrong on some things? Right, that's the question. Feel free to answer it, or don't answer it. Cool, we'll carry on. Transgenderism, right, it would fall into the category of what you were describing. Right, so being concerned with androgynousness or gender fluidity, that would be encompassed by transgenderism, right? The transhumanism, as Brad rightly stated, is to do with technology, is eliding with technology, melding, conflating human. So someone who's a boy but thinks they're a girl, and is a girl but thinks they would still be humans, right? So there's no transhumanist aspect about what's going on there. It's a transgender aspect, right? Or transgender context. Sorry. When we're referring to transhumanism,
can I slide something in there quickly?
Say again?
Can I slide something in there? Because again, quickly, I already showed you where there's the link up.
You didn't.
I've already clearly said that, and I'm with you that transhumanism deals with augmentation onto the human form that can upgrade you in various ways.
Yes, you know what?
I've also been clear to talk about the vision in which they give that to you is always in this androgynous form. So that's the natural link. I want you to just keep that in your head.
Hold on. Men and women, though.
Yeah,
hold up, DC. DC, I want him to carry on, and then I want you to go in, and then you come in, and then George, and then you come in afterwards. Don't worry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I flat out reject everything you just said. It's incoherent. Yeah, like you're literally just saying like, and I'm no disrespect, but I can distill it down to this is how I feel about it. This is how some people have interpreted it, and some people have illustrated what they believe to be or the prognostications for the future. It doesn't add anything. If we're working with definitions for what, like, would you like prosthesis, like Brad talks about or whatever, do you think that offers some kind of net benefit to society or on an individual level, collective level, whatever? To a degree, it may not. You keep conflating this idea or introducing this idea of androgynousness or gender fluidity is literally is separate. Like there's a complete separate argument. There could be someone who's a firm believer in transhumanism that outright rejects transgenderism. That says no, there is going to be specific genders, unfucking conflatable genders that exist in this transhumanist future. So your idea, I'm not saying it's impossible that in the future they're not gonna do away the clean break or the distinction between transhumanism and transgenderism isn't going to meld at some point. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is when you're working with these definitions, you have to be true to them and say what you're saying is you have a feeling, and it may be instinctive, it may be informed by something, but you have a feeling that in the future it's going to be X, but you don't know it, and there's no demonstrable proof, and the definitions don't entail it. It means it's not a necessary condition of anything we discussed. But go on, E.
Yeah, man, I don't feel the need to pick the mic up off the floor to then just drop it again. George, you can go through.
I'll just say that when we're dealing with transhumanism, there's a lot of things that come into play. And I've been studying this thing for probably 10 years. I understand the definition that the young brother read, but you have to, before you get into transhumanism, you have to understand eugenics and all the different societies that's been in place and the different secret societies and groups and colleges that's actually at the forefront of this transhumanism. These are the same people that was part of eugenic societies. You have to understand. Look up Elon Musk and all the things that they're trying to do basically with your brain. You have to look at the technologies that they bring forth before they really.
Neuralink is a joke. Neuralink is a joke. Neuralink is a joke, bro. Elon Musk is just virtually everything he does is just hype to sell stocks.
Okay,
right?
okay.
No chance.
Listen.
I'm just saying. Like, just like, I'm not even serious.
I hear what you're saying. I tell people all the time, listen, you can go to my George Making 2 channel or 1 channel and go back 2 years or 3 years, and I got 2 and 3 hour live streams with all kinds of information off technology that's leading up to what transhumanism is, and the people that's in power and the families that are still in power that's at the helm of this. If those families are not eradicated or brought down, there's always idea of technological advancements, but the people that's at the head of it, they're not thinking like Brother DC is, of saying, okay, I want these advancements. No, that's not how they're moving. That's not what we're moving into with the 2030 2050 plan and the things that they're.
Hold on, but
I'm about to finish. I'm wrapping up. I'll give you the floor back. Where we're being socially engineered to go along with things that's okay. So all I'm saying is I'll probably do another presentation now based off of this. I'll redo another presentation. I'll bring all the major players actually bringing forth, because I don't like to just say transhumanism when we don't talk about the players.
All right, cool. Yeah, you want to talk about Bill Gates Foundation, or you want to talk about Rockefellers or whatever. Cool. The point is, regardless of whatever eugenic society, and there's more than just those, by the way. There's eugenic society on virtually every single level of society, if you like as in it's not just these massive corporations or these.
And they have never not been wicked.
No, there's people like in the same sort of tax bracket as you and I that are interested in eugenics to the degree whether it's selective. Like eugenics is a broad term, right? So like if I told you in the future there could be a chance that 90% of black people didn't have lactose intolerance, right? So therefore, or produce lactase, so that there was a
eugenics
or allergic reaction, right? I mean, there's a level of gene editing that could be done affordable.
No, but that's not the eugenics that we're talking about.
That is literally what eugenics is. That is what eugenics is.
No. We talk about the eugenics.
I know what you're talking about, bro. But like,
right,
brother,
hold on, James. Respond, didn't it?
No, hold on. This is where the errors.
Brother, Richard, you okay? He said don't interrupt. I literally started speaking, and he's just been talking incessantly.
No,
you're saying that you know what it is, yeah. So he's telling you no, it's a specific point.
No, that is eugenics.
The eugenics he's talking about.
That's irrelevant.
But that's what. But that's James's point. It's like no, but he's saying like as Richie was doing earlier, he was being specific to the part that he relates to and the conspiracies that he likes to follow. You see what I'm saying?
Look, man, I regulate the thing now, man. Like, it doesn't matter. Even if I'm wrong, for instance.
Go ahead. I'll come in after you. Go ahead.
You have the right to interrupt me when everything he said.
I'll come in after you. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, brother. And literally nothing. Everything you said was non-specific. So to get specific now it's quite irritating. Like eugenics is like reduced. You could reduce it to basically just improving the human race, right? Through genetics, right? Simple. Or through biology, even more broad. So you've almost made me forget what I was actually saying now. I've completely forgot what I was saying. What was your argument again? What did you present?
I'll say this.
Briefly, though. You say it briefly because you kind of interrupt me.
They just asked me what my argument was.
Yeah, can you say it briefly? Is that all right?
I'm going to tell you.
That's the problem with these youths today, man. They always want stuff briefly, man.
I'm ready to tell you. See, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go ahead and get off, man. The thing is, for us to reduce eugenics down to basically said the basic premise of eugenics is to advance society. I think is
that's
actually
not what I said.
that is what you just said.
No, no. That's literally not what I said. Like
you said
the human race through genetics and biology is
improving the human race. Now watch this. Now
is that the same thing?
Okay.
Society.
Improving.
Come on. One at a time, people.
Improving the human race. I'm gonna say this, and I'm going, man. Listen, man.
You don't need to run away, bro. Just have a normal
No,
conversation.
no, no, no.
Listen, we got 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes left of the show, so everyone's gonna play nice
I'm gonna say
and
this.
get their comments out.
Yeah,
Go through.
I'm gonna say this, man. When you're dealing in a eugenic society, and a lot of eugenics was not to advance the human race. If we want to use that term, then you might as well be H.G. Wells or Henry Ford or somebody, because, or Madison Grant, because they spoke in that manner of improving the human race. And when they talked about the human race, they was talking about white people. So when we talk about the eugenics, the California Eugenics Society under Madison Grant, or the New York Eugenics Society, it was not about improving our people. It was about collecting data of our people to improve them, and also killing off a great portion of our people by using certain sciences. So no, like I said, I gotta get off, man. Y'all can go to George Macon, my George Macon
Bro, I
channel.
literally asked, what was
Hold
your
on, hold on. Let me finish, brother. Please. I was quiet.
fucking hell, man?
Let me finish. You guys can see me and Richie going in on this topic where I'm going in detail for detail, and I'm explaining the timeline all the way from H.S. Chamberlain all the way down to the Huxleys, Oswald Avery, and I'm explaining to you what eugenics was about in a eugenic society. So I give a detailed explanation for what it is, because it wasn't about advancing societies. Now we have a sciences that's about advancing societies, but the eugenics situation was something totally different. That's all I want to say.
You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy? Like, bro, if you're pro-abortion, you're literally a eugenicist. Like, on the argument, you couldn't be pro-abortion and against eugenics, right? You'd have to be. So I would literally, I consider myself a eugenicist. Now, what you're talking about, a period in history in which racism was prevalent and permeated, or was the chief and principal concern of these eugenic societies. Yeah, 100%. You're right. You're not wrong. The purification of the human race, or whatever. Like, yeah, you're definitely not wrong about that. But if you're talking about just eugenics as a principle, right, or as a study, as a philosophy, no, like I'm a eugenicist, or as in I'm pro eugenics, right? I feel like it would be good for a parent to have the option of deleting certain genes that would lead to some kind of congenital, disease or whatever. Like I'm not against that. So as far as eugenics goes, transhumanism goes, as principles, as philosophies, I think all of these things are beneficial for society, bro, or beneficial for humanity, or like, God forbid, yeah, or whatever the atheist version of that is. If anything happened to you guys, right, if you was to lose a limb, I would want you to be able to have a better quality of life, and that is what transhumanism ultimately is. And then you can now what your fear is, and I understand your reservation, is for it to become excessive now. So for one to improve oneself to the point that one was unrecognizable. I understand that your reservations on that. It's a sort of modest position to hold. But as far as I'm concerned, maybe it's immature of me. To be honest, I'm even for that as well. But just the whole concept of transhumanism, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think all this fear mongering, of like, what's the biggest sort of fear that one has? Let's question an individual's masculinity and say to agree with transhumanism and conflate it with transgenderism, or is to agree with homosexuality. Like, that's just just patently false. It's not true. You can be a transhumanist and be completely divorced from the idea of you can not support or endorse the idea of transgenderism and endorse the idea of transhumanism, and they be completely
separate. James, can I say something to you real fast? Brothers, you and brother DC, y'all, you young brothers, the way y'all may view transhumanism and eugenics, probably you got young people moving the world forward to think like you should be in charge. The problem is the people that's heading up these hospitals and is funding these institutions don't think like you. And this is where I draw the line. Where I'm saying is I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying from a pure aspect of what it is, but the doctors and these people that's actually practicing this stuff, they're not thinking like you, and the history shows it. And I draw the timeline. So I want you to understand, I'm not against the science moving forward. I'm against the people that's in power that's pushing this shit forward. That's all.
I understand that to a degree, brother. I agree with you. To a degree, I do agree with that.
Wow.
But yeah, Richie though, I do hear every
it might
time I hear
illustrate great.
transhumanism, you get triggered still. You're
No,
straight in there.
shall I tell you what? Again, this is about a presented vision. This isn't about my vision off the top of my head. This is about a presented vision of these
So someone
situations.
else's vision.
That's it. The people who are leading those fields. That's why we're speculating from that aspect. The same way when we had our last conversation about the government and do we trust systems? Again, based on what the government presents to us with their systems and the way they govern, should they be trusted? And their track record is bad. This
Yeah,
isn't
but
something that we're making up from the top of our heads. And again, it doesn't dispute that there isn't real world science that, as we said, is beneficial that we can use, or there isn't systems that, again, well, look, when we're talking about government systems, all of those systems of governance came from us, black people. Let's understand that. Whether or not we're looking at corrupted systems now of those original blueprints, we was the original people to come with systems of governance. So just on that premise, it does work, innit? It's not the idea that's the problem, it's who is in charge.
Yep. And Richie, we need young people, young people. Like I said again, young people around the world, because they ain't gotta all be black. Young people just that think like a DC or a James that looks at science from a pure aspect of science, not these wicked.
I'm gonna take this personal. I get
I
skipped
mean, you
twice
can take
now.
whatever personal. All I'm saying is, you got to stop crying so much, man. Man up. All I'm saying is,
Bro, I'm not crying. I'm joking, bro. Be careful who you talking to, though, fam.
all I'm saying is, I want a world today where we finally, and we can get to a place where the young generation, the young minds is pushing forward science and evolving us forward. A lot of these old wicked motherfuckers gotta go. Gotta
Trust
go.
me.
That's
Trust
all
me.
I'm saying. I don't disagree. See, what I'm saying is James and DC boldness to put science forward. I'm not gonna come here and disagree with you. I'm just saying me with my wisdom, and I'm following the timelines and seeing who's running world governments today. It ain't people that think like y'all.
But
That's all.
George, listen. If I had the ability to fly and lift up tanks and stuff, white supremacy is done, my friend. I mean, it's done out here. You understand? An army of Negroes pissed off at the white man. Come
No,
on,
not
now.
if they got you.
Bro,
Not if they got you.
yeah, but hold on. The problem,
Got you picked up.
just so we're clear, yeah, if they say you gonna be smooth like a GI Joe, yeah, no privates, nah, yeah.
Whoa, time out. Pause.
Okay. Just so we're clear in it. Just so we're clear in it. You
They
still
know
want to
Richie.
keep.
No, Richie.
You still want to keep the fundamentals of
No,
what it
Richie.
is to be a man.
Don't worry, they're gonna have a robot. They're gonna probably have like a robot dick or something like that. So don't worry.
No, make it even better, Richie. No, they ain't that. They got you chipped up where they can control you. They got nanotechnology and they can control your.
Iman, you there, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, we said Richie would bug out if you watched that show you showed me about it.
Trust me.
We probably.
Send me the link. Send me the link.
I
Listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you now still.
You know that's gonna be his weapon against man for the future, you know. He's gonna drop for that every second, bro.
We in the Clone Wars, man. They been cloning shit. We probably walking around right now, walking around clones and don't even know it, man. They been doing this shit, man. They've been had this technology. You'd be surprised the technology that they got behind closed doors that they just bringing forth 30 years later, man. Stuff that we see is already old. They got them, man. They do all kinds of stuff in this labs.
Is it what's your name, brother?
Huh?
What's your name, brother? Sorry, the American gentleman.
George.
George. Yeah. Like everything, like, a lot of what you say is it's not wrong. I think though, especially when you're having like discussions and debates, in my opinion, yeah, humbly, like I feel sometimes we need to like if we're just having a conversation, it's like the way we introduce it shouldn't be in opposition to one another's points. For instance, when you don't say anything that's wrong, I don't challenge what's wrong about what you say.
But I just said I agree with you. I just said I agree with you.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying not like the last portion of this has been beautiful. It's been splendid. I'm saying previously, so that we're arguing.
But that be you. You be the one coming in with all the bull.
Word.
To manage the word
All right, and I'll take my own advice, and I'll go back to the drawing board, and I'll reevaluate my own approach.
And I'll do the same. And like I said before, like I believe that the world, in my opinion, I believe that the world should be turned over to the younger generations, to the younger people. And this is why I'm saying, because that regardless of how much old people may fuss and fight, we're gonna die off and be gone, and the world's gonna be y'all. So y'all got to shape and mold it. But all I'm saying is, when you speak of science, I'm not gonna challenge you on that because you have your vision of what science should be. And I don't think that you think like these wicked motherfuckers that's in power behind closed doors that's cooking up all kinds of wild shit. I don't put you in a category with them. So I'd rather replace you with them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you.
But only if you know what it is to be a man
right.
or a woman. Yeah. No, let's just keep it real. And on that one, everybody can give their final thoughts. But I want to bring the sister in before she gives her final thoughts. Is there anything, sister, if you're still with us, that you want to say? And I'll still come back to you again and let you give your final thoughts. But if there's anything you want to say that you've heard and you want to respond to, please do. If I don't hear from you, there you are. Well, go on, love.
No, I haven't got nothing to add.
You get me? All right. So what? All right. Well, then, what's your final words then before we start signing off? Then
I don't know. Let someone else go first. I don't know what to say.
all right, we'll come back to you. Yeah. Mr. James, you dirty latecomer. Yeah.
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, I've like. What was the question again, Richie?
Black men, black women, roles change. That was the discussion. We've talked about a few other bits, but what are your final thoughts for the people before we sign off?
Yeah, I think evolution, and I don't mean in the biological sense. I mean in the societal, the social sense. Yeah, I think evolution compels roles to change. You know, it's a fast-moving world, and obviously we are the sort of vanguard of new. We are in a very fast-moving time, if you like, with regards to technology. There's been more technological advancement in the last 100 years than in all of human history. So I think it's inevitable that gender roles will change to a degree. Yeah, there have to be some hard limits, of course. You know what I mean? Yeah. I hope there's not a future in which men are giving birth or whatever. But to a degree, I think it should be somewhat more. It shouldn't be as rigid as it was historically. Do you know what I mean? There should be more opportunities for women, and to a degree, more opportunities for men as a result of the opportunities that women get. So yeah, that's me.
No doubt. Mr. E-Wiz.
Yeah, evil do still.
Listen, you're getting on a bit particular today, yeah. I don't know.
I'm particular every day.
I don't know what
every
you're.
day.
Nah. You was easy flowing last time.
Hey, Rich, like he don't play that. I give credit. He's the same with everyone still.
I'm consistent.
He's on one today. Nah, there's a different vibe. Someone's done something to him. Someone told him put the mask on before he walked in the shop, and he ain't let it go yet.
Nah. Like I said, I like to kill a monster while it's small, innit? Like if I start getting a little bit of friction, then I'm gonna make it like where everybody feels it. But anyway, first and foremost, the chat, yeah, you're funny. And on the gender roles now, like I think everyone should play to their strengths, like your partner is a member of your team, and do what you're better at and allow them to do what they're best at, and then the team should function better off than if you're just trying to take a role because that's what you want to do and you're not good at it. If you're not the good one at getting the money, then let the other person get the money and be good at something else, innit? Make sure that you contribute to the team and uplift the situation.
No doubt.
Okay, I'm ready to go now.
Docile, Drop it like it's hot, sister. Drop it like it's hot.
So yeah, I think gender roles have changed, and that's due to society, which obviously has positive and negative effects to it. But yeah, I don't think there's a major like issue in regards to like how women have evolved in society, because I think it like benefits them. But I do think the family needs to like try and stick together, and that's all I've got to say.
No doubt. Much appreciated for your presence today, sister. Because trust me, it's too much man. It always gets loud and stuff, and you still had to compete. But I thank you wholly for coming on. Melanae Goddess, where you at, man? You should have learned everything is everything. There's a few sisters in the chat, but big yourselves up anyway for participating. Macon, what you got to say to us, brother?
You notice something now in this era now where they talking about the gender roles and switching and everything. You notice we talked 2 years ago. We talked about how they even changing the way we have babies now. Where now the natural way of us making babies between man and woman, a woman can just go have a baby without a man. She can go get some sperm and just go like all of that stuff is going hand in hand. It's all being connected where our natural way of life of doing things now is being done through a test tube. Yeah, I mean, it's done different. And when you have that drastic type of change within so-called science, you're going to have a different consciousness. The consciousness is going to change too. You can't maintain the same consciousness when you're changing a whole paradigm. So we're going into the so-called future where our way of life that we had, I guess it's not there, so we don't. So now we don't need each other in the manner in which we did. We're equals. There's equality now because we can actually create your equality in a test tube or in science. We can manufacture your equality now. So that's the world that we're going into, and that's just what it is. But that's not the world we come from, and I don't really consider that evolving. I consider that devolving. For me, that's the way I see it. But that's the society that's the society that we're going in. Nations rise and fall. Time will tell where this take us to. Will it take us? Will it advance us forward, or will it take us further in the trajectory of going down? We don't know. We can only, we can. Time will tell. Time will tell. That's all I'm saying. We coming in. I said the last time we coming into an era now where they're working on creating artificial sperm. They creating artificial wombs out of tilapia fish. And they got all kinds of wild shit that they got going on right now, man. You'd be surprised the stuff that I've uncovered. So I'm just saying, man, just be careful, man, because the young people with pure minds, we're being led by wicked scientists, man. That's pushing the society forward. This Western government has never been eradicated and brought down. They're still in power. So until we have a total overhaul of these world governments and reinstill it with young people that want to bring justice, don't expect nothing good to come out of the sciences. They may give you little stuff here and there, but for the most part, until you eradicate this system and create it with a system of justice where you got the younger generations moving it forward, you're gonna get the same bullshit. Trust me. It's just repackaged. That's all. That's all I want to say. We're gonna put James and them in charge once we take this shit down.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Welcome, Riggsy.
I was on the phone.
Alive. You come alive. You come alive. You got some final thoughts for us and promotion and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. But first of all, black family first. We don't know if James is black, number one.
I'm being nice. I just want to be nice to James tonight.
Number two, don't propose to cotton socks. Number three, cool yourself as a youngster. George Bacon, you're too old.
That's right. That's right. I'm just trying to be nice to James tonight.
Well, you're not gonna learn anyway. Don't watch that. But yeah, I vouch for James anyway. You get me?
We've learned already, James. That's the problem. Yeah.
First most, he's right. Number one, it's who's strong in the role of the household in forms of your home is your first government. So whoever's got the best strength in whatever department it is takes that role. But we need to have that nucleus in forms of the male and female taking what they're good at and able to apply that within the household to creating a better family. So in saying that, depending on certain aspects, but there is certain aspects of males where male have to take their part in forms of that masculine role, because the children need that masculine role and the children need the feminine role. So for me, as I said to you, black family first, and that's what we have to keep strong.
No doubt, no doubt. Right. So again, big up to everybody in the chat that's joined us this evening, that's participated and offered up their opinions. Big up to everyone who came on the panel and offered up their opinions and put themselves on the front line. Much love for that and appreciation. You want to say something, sister?
I was just going to say good night to everyone.
Oh,
go on, say some more. Get at that boy, James.
No. I'll leave it tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel you. I feel you. Much appreciated though for coming on, sister, again. Yeah. And big up to James as well. He has his part to play, even if it is the antagonizer. But you know how it is. But again, Riggsy,
yeah,
week ahead.
First most. Now, what I've done now is able to create a 24-hour panel for people to come and say their talk, so that we can have an understanding, so we know what kind of topics that we can play with on the Black Eyes TV. So it's free panel for everyone on an everyday basis. Secondly, we are having the sister circle coming back for the women, so the women can have their forms of discussions. Don't look out for talking with the creatives, because we got a film director, and he's going to be talking about the film business on Friday on the Black Eyes TV 2. Please check out the big concert that we had on Sunday, because there's more of the concerts like that will be coming on there as well. And there's going to be a new platform which we've been doing and trying to plan from today, where we have music. So it's the coming from greatness. That's the new show coming soon. So it'll be in the studio. You'll be seeing how people we discuss with high profile people. So that will be a good show not to miss. But make sure, as I always say, spend black, believe in black, move black, black family first, and all the lovely juvlies. And big up to everyone in the chat, from EIE to Kush Cosmetics, Melody Goddess, Cotton Socks, and everyone on the panel, and the white boy James. And brother E,
can I just put that statement? I wanna just big up support what Terry said. Terry said, I just want to say I agree with Terry. Support smart black businesses, support smart black people. Whatever you do, don't support stupid black people, and don't support stupid black businesses, please.
That's all.
100.
Real talk. And people, Black Eyes TV X2, the link is there. Go check it out. Go support Black Eyes TV 7X2. That is the new channel. That's where the entertainment's happening. That's where you can see the Trenchtown experience, and you can see talk with the creators with Mr. Riggs. But again, stay locked in for another Chew Talk next Tuesday, same time, 10 o'clock, different subject matter. I don't know what it's going to be about. We'll see. As always, if you have any suggestions for me and Mr. Riggs for shows, for subject matters, for shows, hit us up on Facebook or Instagram, or an email, blackeyestv7@gmail.com, or on Instagram, blackeyestv7, or you can hit Black Eyes TV 7X2 or you can get Mr. Riggs on Facebook, or you can find me on Facebook, Black Eyes TV7 Richie. Yeah, and you can hit us up directly. Give us a call, give us an email. Let us know what you like, what you want to see. There is going to be interviews coming up this week. Um, so look out for the flyers. I won't even spoil it. Yeah, just look out for the flyers. We'll be promoting shows up and coming on Black Eyes TV7. But as Riggsy said, look out for him on Friday, up and coming. Another talk with the creatives. It's been a pleasure. It's been a long one this evening, but definitely it's been an insightful conversation. Take care of yourselves, and you'll see us soon. Peace and powers, people. Peace and powers.